Chapter 51. None of the two new armored ladies have experienced it. March 7th, I'll come. Although squad leader Fu Hua seems to be very powerful, Qiana's new form should be stronger. After all, she is the second Hairsker awakened body. How could squad leader Fu Hua beat Hairsker? On March 7th, he vowed and went up. Luo Yu just wants to say try and die. As Benkai, he can always get the top 3 and top 5 strengths. Fu Hua has too many cards. Immortal body, even if all vital signs disappear, the sword in the head, strange all the interruptions of the 8 meridians can also be revived, but there may be memory loss. This is how Fu push UPS and Yang sit UPS come about. And the moon wheel Luo Yu here didn't want to lower the difficulty to make Fu Hua look easy to deal with, so he directly added everything Fu Hua might know. For example, March 7th was preparing for a wave of gunfighting, but the bullets hit the shield made by Fu Hua. When March 7th attacked from close range, his body became unbalanced when Fu Hua grabbed his leg. The punch had already hit his stomach, and he couldn't dodge. Hair extensions. If it weren't for the lack of pain, March 7th felt that he might just take the pill. It's amazing, this Fu Hua's fighting skills are amazing. Esta was a little surprised. Although Fu Hua wore the same square-framed glasses as a good student in the plot, taking off the glasses and the cool appearance of the lunar eclipse on the moon wheel gave people a very strong visual impact. I feel that Fu Hua's punch and kick can smash everything, which is very powerful and beautiful. On March 7th, the moonlight continued and the meteorite whirlwind was a special attack, and it immediately turned up, and was about to circle around Fu Hua, and the bullets flew randomly. This trick depends on how you defend. March 7th is quite proud, but squad leader Fu Hua just said that he has had enough trouble. Directly smashing the air with deadly force, the fist punched out like a phantom Ola Ola punch, not only knocking out all of Qiana's attacks, but also hitting San Yu Qi so hard that he couldn't fight back, and was finally blown away by another punch 100 meters away. This scene silenced the girls. Squad leader Fu Hua is so aggressive, he can't fight in close combat, and he can't hurt him in long distance. This can only be done when his nirvana is slowly exhausted or time and space are broken. San Yu Qi rubbed his chest and felt a phantom pain, his chest was about to be beaten into a flat plate. Why did squad leader Fu Hua have such a grudge against his chest, and his fists were just here? March 7 complained that after being beaten a few times, her SP was full. I can't bear it, just turn on the zoom and see how you still beat me. March 7 said that she directly controlled the moonlight to fly into the sky, and was about to open up to bomb the ground, but at this moment, Fu Hua on the ground suddenly raised her head and pointed at her in the air. It's time to end, second Hairsker. Just for a moment, Fu Hua's almost jet-like driving force behind Fu Hua's moment and Fu Hua's accumulated power made the laboratory's steel plate break with a sudden leap. And the last move came first, and the 7 major moves in March did not fire the cannon. The palm was already attached to her heart. Again. It's just that this time it's different, the powerful force breaks through the sky, and the vibrating layers of air waves seem to have opened a big hole in the sky. Inch strength, open the sky. Accompanied by the sound, Qiana became a sky meteor, but the one who was beaten. The sudden force shook the aura of the 9 heavens, and the world was shaken by it. The force of this blow did not doubt its strength at all, and even Zirin, who felt that she might just wake up on March 7th, could be knocked unconscious. But in fact, it was the same. I felt like I had a lonely March 7th and saw my eyes go dark. Lord Bishop, Fu Hua has already captured the target, and Teresa has also been suppressed, asking for disposal. How does it feel? Have you been scared, little Sanyu? Gzi stroked the dull hair of March 7 and said softly, squad leader Fu Hua is really merciless, his strength is so ruthless, it feels like his chest is going to be flattened. March 7 still touched his heart with some fear, it was still there. This talisman, is she really an A-rank Valkyrie? Esta felt that this A-level was different from the A-level she had played. Why didn't she have such a powerful move like Kunjin Open Sky? Naive, do you really believe that Fu Hua is an A-level Valkyrie? Are you an idiot? Teresa can control it. Although it may be that she didn't bring Judas, it's not something that ordinary A-levels can beat, let alone saying that the Hairsker regains consciousness. It's not like ordinary A-levels who easily fall asleep. And I also noticed Fu Hua's words, this time she will not be willing, that is to say, she may have contacted or directly confronted the second Hairsker, but that was in 2000, and Fu Hua looks 17 or 18 years old now, but his personality is mature and prudent, and he is obviously a monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. The Black Tower's analysis and merciless complaints made Esta also wake up. Then let's say this. Saint Freya Academy is really scary. The second and third hairskers, Teresa is S level, Brynja is also close to S level, Fohua is hidden S level, you can also use equipment to burst out with S level strength. Esta suddenly realized that Saint Freya College was not a novice village at all, but a stronghold of monsters. Luo Yu smiled without saying a word, while Lao Yang pushed up his glasses and pretended to be deep. And what happened next was even more unexpected. Teresa turned out to be Otto's granddaughter, and the injured Teresa even ordered Himeko to attack Brian, targeting the headquarters of Destiny. The plot ends here. There is only one latest trailer left: Battle of Destiny PV Attack Target Transmission, Target Tianming Headquarters 3rd Airport. Teresa gave an order, and the Brian, whose captains wiped the decks with countless air splits, passed the camera with a group of ships. Looking from the airport, Hiberian's passing figure covers the sky and the sun, which is quite oppressive. This is my ship. My Valkyries are all on it. It finally starts to move. So it looks like this. Miss Esta is very happy and loves ships very much. And the barrage is even more lively. Here we come, Destiny Headquarters, return Kiana, and we can't let the second hairsker be activated by that guy to repeat the tragedy. Cecilia's death is vivid in my memory. I don't know how many people and victims will die after the appearance of the second hairsker. Kill Gaudo, grab Rita, save Kiana. The players were very excited, and quietly felt that this game seemed to be different from the familiar game of making stickers for beautiful girls. But soon the barrage paused, because a majestic figure with disheveled hair appeared, and the queen disappeared in a flash, but no matter what she looked like, she was hairsker, and it was Kiana. It seems to have failed. The second hairsker has been awakened, and his appearance has changed. His strength is probably at the real hairsker level. GZI sighed, feeling that the plot was going down the road of getting worse and worse. Chapter 52. The fierce battle seems to be about to begin. All women feel this way. This is not a simple element, but space. The vibration of space is like the resonance of heaven and earth. There are no dead ends in all directions. As long as you are not out of the shackles of space and still in material form, you will be attacked by space. It is directly comparable to the world for buildings and ordinary people. Evaporating destruction. Raven's Island is such a snap. And behind it came a new Valkyrie form, Deacon Fuhuabei. White suit, black trousers, and slightly contemptuous eyes, like a professional bodyguard about to go out, he feels very safe at first glance. Their will be guarded by me. Punching and kicking, hands and feet in parallel, under the emotional music, Fuhua's every move has a sharp rhythm and explosiveness, and the onlookers are dazzled and exclaimed again and again. I'm super, the squad leader is so handsome, he's a big guy in men's clothing. My girl's heart, this strength is too safe. I didn't expect squad leader Fuhua to be sealed for his good looks. It can only be said that squad leader Fuhua's previous dress was too rustic. Coupled with his rigidity and seriousness, he lost his appearance in an instant. I feel that Fuhua's identity as squad leader is not simple, I really want to know more about it. The girls chattered and discussed, and soon another Valkyrie appeared, the sixth fantasy of Happy Colin shopping together. Karen, isn't this the woman Otto cares about? She's also white-haired. That's Karen, Kislina. Kislina's family is all white-haired. What's going on with Teresa? He seems to be Apocalypse, why is he also white hair? Otto's granddaughter, does Teresa's mother have the blood of the Kislina family? That's the question, does Otto have a son? It feels strange to Teresa, the only relative and friend in the plot is Cecilia with Otto, it's like popping out of nowhere. After some dialogue and exchange, the girls were silent, and it seemed that several people in Saint Freya College had a secret, a big secret. Boss, when will the final chapter come out? We can't wait. March 7th is the most impatient, or the most impatient. It will take some time, about 2 or 3 days. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, considering his plan to open a store in the downtown area, so he opened his mouth. Ah, it's taking so long, why can't it be tomorrow, boss? San Yuqi felt that there was only urgency and urgency in his heart, and he didn't even mind that Luo Yu directly grabbed his arm and acted like a baby. This embarrassed Luo Yu. Little San Yu, don't make trouble. The boss must have his reasons for doing this. Besides, don't forget why you came to Yali Luo. Sister Jitsi said. Ah! Indeed, isn't Brynja the heir to the guardian? You should know where the star core is, so let's destroy it directly. Star core? I heard this name or you hear. Is there a possibility that your mother actually knew? Gzi said unhurriedly. This is impossible. If my lord mother knew. Brynja subconsciously denied it, but this was also reasonable. After all, anyone who had just met someone who had not met for a long time suddenly questioned his relatives would do so, unless the relationship was not deep. If he knows the consequences of the star core, he should give us this hot potato instead of holding it in his own hands. Even if there is, it may be that mother doesn't trust you, and maybe she wants to use the star core to do something beyond her control. Brynja continued to think about the possibility of rebuttal for Kakalaya. Then just wait until we find out, Brynja and, why don't we make a bet, if Kakalaya really looks for it tomorrow, then when we misunderstood the Great Guardian, we are willing to help you deal with the cracker for free world monster, but if Kakalaya's change of attitude towards us is going to kill us, you're smart enough to understand what message it sends. Gzi's voice was natural, and her tone was even gentle, but it made Brynja feel the pressure, because she was not sure about her mother's current situation, and the more she thought about it, the more weird she felt, since her mother was not what she is now when she was a child. Such a big change in attitude may be due to something, or it may just be that the simple superior has been happy for a long time, and Brynja prefers the latter. Gzi made a rough judgment after pondering and asking about March 7th. It is true that this planet has a star core, and this world is also caused by the star core. You said that the guardian with the highest authority here is not clear. That made Gzi suspicious. Even if it wasn't that, it wouldn't be a disadvantage, he was here to help clean up. But Brynja was worried when she went back. After thinking about it, I went directly to Kakalaya's mother to ask. My lord. What's wrong? Brynja, my daughter, is there something unhappy? The figure turned around, and the cold blonde beauty, in the position of the great guardian, has a majesty of a superior. A slight smile appeared on Kakalaya's cold face. My lord, why are you hesitating? Is there anything that mom can't solve? I just want to know, does mother know about the existence of the star core? Is it what caused our world to become such a world of ice and snow? When Brynja raised her head and said these words, the smile on Kakalaya's face that was originally slightly smiling gradually disappeared. Brynja, my daughter, have you listened to the rumors of those outsiders? Kakalaya's voice could be heard to be much colder. But mother, I think what they said is very reasonable. Our world shouldn't be like this. Brynja, that's just an outsider. How can someone help us for no reason? You don't understand it now, but you will understand when you get to my position. Brynja asked subconsciously when she heard this sentence. Then mother, will you take action against them? Kakalaya took a deep look at Brynja and shook her head. It seems that Brynja, you need to calm down. You should go to the lower city to inspect during this time, and come back when you can calm down and think. After Kakalaya finished speaking, she ignored Brynja and sat down to look through the documents. Brynja hesitated to speak, but felt that the mother was getting farther and farther away from her memory. And it seems that Jitsi guessed that it was getting closer. Although Kakalaya didn't seem to say anything, she didn't trust the star train very much, and finally had no choice but to leave. I hope my mother will not do irrational things. She is still my mother no matter what. If she is really bewitched, then I will definitely not let that star core go. Maybe the boss should have a way. The last reliable person Brynja thought of might be the omnipotent boss. Chapter 53. Kakalaya watched Brynja leave the figure and thought for a while. Looks like don't arrest those people for the time being, it won't be too late to start after Brynja approves my choice, let her calm down for a day or two, and see if the situation in the lower city is better, and she also desires power to change its time to understand me better. It can only be said that the ideal is very full, and the power may not necessarily be limited to the Star Core family. Brynja came to the store door early in the morning to wait. She was a little anxious and tangled. But Luo Yu opened the door unexpectedly early today, and it was a little surprising to see Brynja waiting outside as soon as he opened the door. It's so early. Luo Yu was a little surprised. Boss, don't you open the door at 8 o'clock? Brynja was just as surprised. Yes, but I have something to go down to the city today. The shop is under the supervision of Silva today. She will be the webmaster of the shop from now on. If you want to play, please play after 8 o'clock. Luo Yu stretched his waist and spoke casually. Downtown? What are you doing there? Brynja was even more surprised. Open a new store, what's the matter? Hey, then I'll go too, I just happen to be going to the downtown area too. Luo Yu scratched his head and thought about it. Today is the second day. Shouldn't Brynja go to arrest March 7 and the others? Why did she go to the downtown area? Is there something wrong with the plot? Okay, come with me. Luo Yu didn't refuse. Anyway, Brynja always had to go to the downtown area, where there was her future husband Hill. This pair of CP would be together no matter what world they were in. The two soon came to the lower city. Unlike the upper area where the sun was still there and the buildings were clean and tidy, the lower area was almost dark and there were many refugees. Brynja looked at the long queue in the medical hall, and there was constant wailing from it. The people's clothes were simple, and they were incomparable with the upper city. This is the best rock town in the lower city, that's it, people's lives are in dire straits. But Luo Yu will change all that. And a figure in the dark observed the two of them silently, and then left quickly. In the end, Luo Yu opened a shop next to Natasha, the Raven Medical Hall, and this time his fee became the ground marrow. Of course, it would be better to have Xingsheng. People in the lower urban areas may not have much money, but most people can still get it in the ground. And the first game Luo Yu prepared was Yuanxin. Brynja had nothing to do down there, but since Luo Yu opened a shop down here, she can play for a few hours. But at this moment, a group of people seemed to be looking around at the door. TCH, isn't it just that the store is a bit strange? What are you doing standing at the door? Let me go in. A cold girl's voice sounded, very majestic. Open the door, check the store on the ground fire. Speaking of the shop door being opened, a tall, beautiful figure with purple hair and gorgeous purple hair dyed inside rushed in first. The dress on her body was as complicated as a butterfly, with many elements stacked together, although they were all worthless things. But she is very well dressed. Who are you? Brynja immediately became vigilant, feeling that this group of aggressive people was not kind. Who? I should ask you this. We have received news that a Silvermane Iron Guard has come to the lower city. That person should be you. Seele looked at Brynja's dress up and down, and quickly confirmed it. Yes, but who are you? The law enforcement officers should be our Silvermane Iron Guards. Brynja looked at the weapons and equipment of the people behind Seele. It seemed to be very formal here in the lower city, so she couldn't help guessing. Silvermane Iron Guard, haha, you really don't understand anything, the eldest lady, how long has the Silvermane Iron Guard been withdrawn, do you know the life and death in the lower city? Xier sneered and her eyes gradually became unfriendly. Okay, if you have something to do, you two can argue alone. I still have to open a shop. It's not good to scare my customers away. At this time, Luo Yu got up from the bar, stretched his waist and watched everyone talking casually, and then went straight to Xier and the others. You are the shop owner here? It seems that you are also from the upper area. Why did you come to open a shop in our lower area? You are very suspicious. Luo Yu didn't say a word, but came to the door of the store. The distance was getting closer and closer. Xier was about to hold the sickle tightly before seeing Luo Yu writing and drawing on the small blackboard. The new game opens the big world Genshin, you can log in without activation, and experience the adventure of traveling to the new world. Seeing this, Seele breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little confused. Boss, is this Yuanshen a new game? Brynja was also attracted attention. Yes, the open world is like the title. This is a magical continent full of elemental power, Tivat, and you will play a game of traveling, exploring, and experiencing humanistic landforms in 7 countries with different customs. Luo Yu explained not only to Brynja, Seele and others, but also to other people in the store. For example, many people in the upper zone and the space station shop have discovered new games. On March 7th, a group of people got up early in the morning to ask Kakalaya, and the answer they got was unexpected. They had to be patient after a few days of rest. Recently, most of the staff have gone to help the world, so that the guests can experience the scenery of Beloberg. Kakalaya's remarks surprised and delighted March 7 and the others. It just so happened that they also planned to stay here for a while to experience it. Since the big guardian of the task is not in a hurry, what is he worrying about? When March Chi and others went back, they went straight to Luo Yu's shop. Kakalaya saw the 3 people leaving the figure and their smiles gradually disappeared. Letting you live for the last 2 days will not only pose a threat to the future of my new world, but also confuse my daughter, and then I will personally destroy you outsiders. And March Chi and others have already arrived in the store. Boss, bring me a cup of red bean milk tea. March Chi said carelessly, and soon found that the people at the bar had changed. It's big sister Zilava, what about the boss? It's March. Boss Luo went to the downtown area to open a shop. What's the matter? Do you have something to do with him? Downtown? It also seems that we have been wandering around in the upper area and did not go to the lower city to see. Maybe the Star Core is not necessarily in the lower city. San Yu Chi scratched his head, wondering if he should also visit the lower area. I think so too. Dan Heng thought it would be good to go to the lower city to take a look these days, and they also looked at the rift in the upper city, but they haven't found anything so far. Xing Mei nodded, it doesn't matter. How to get to the next city, we didn't lead the way. It's simple. Do you know Sambo? That guy's customer is God. Although he is very slippery, he will do everything he can if he gives enough. Zilwa also worked as a Silvermane Iron Guard and was very familiar with this person, not to mention that this guy had been fighting with him for so many years, and he had also heard about this person from his younger brother. Understood, it's the guy when we first came here. We'll go after playing today's 6-hour game. By the way, Sister Zilwa, what is this new game? It was only at this time on March 7th that I noticed the new game written on the blackboard. Oh, it's just in time for you to come early, here's a promotional video, let's take a look. So all 3 stores released the first video. Stranger Who Catches the Wind. Chapter 54. What does your shop do, and what does it mean? Seele saw that Luo Yu was young and had no weapons in her hands, so she also put away her weapons. She disdained unfair fighting, and looked at this store. So fine. But that didn't change Seele's indifferent tone. Everything about the business of this store is written on the blackboard, and everything other than the above will not be considered. Luo Yu said casually, and took a look at the current adult Seele, and could only say that the independent Seele really looked like a big sister, and really wanted to see another Seele's expression when she saw her now. Luo Yu released the video directly as he spoke, and other players in the store were also waiting. The screen lights up, and there is a melodious sound of the flute. A yellow-haired traveler is awakened by the spare ingredient paymen. The golden sea waves in front of his eyes, the concept of azure tranquility, and the bright sun, all of which are the result of Seele and Blow beside him. Nia, and even the people in the upper area have never seen it before. The ocean and beaches are too far away from them. The players at the Black Tower space station are very calm, just curious about the strange scenery here. The animation-like dream style is very bright and comfortable, with warm sunshine, green mountains and green waters, flowing mountain streams and waterfalls. The light of gods illuminates the sky like a beacon, a pleasant wind blows, dandelions fly in the air, troubadours are singing, playing and singing, people taking leisurely walks, and harmony between man and nature. The windmills in Mon City, the leisurely people in the city, and the magical elemental powers used by various people. The wind dragon unleashed a storm to sweep, although it is not very strong, but it is more consistent with the specifications of this world. This, what kind of little boss is this? Seeing the scene on the screen, Xier was shocked and inexplicable. Looking at the dirty, dark downtown behind her, and then looking at the scenery here in the picture, it was like the gap between heaven and a stinking ditch. This is called game live shooting. I don't understand, can you please explain in detail? Oh, to put it simply, everything in the picture can be experienced in our store, and the price of experience is the essence of the earth. Luo Yu's simple and direct explanation made Xier understand. After all, Xier doesn't expect to have much culture in a place like the downtown area, and what he has is just the polishing of real experience. Then give me a try, but, if you lie to me, I will demolish your broken shop. Seele felt that the video was good, but it just didn't feel real. Okay, Miss Seele, as you like. Luo Yu shrugged indifferently and sat back at the bar. This kind of natural attitude in the lower city either has the confidence or the background and confidence. Xier will not think that the boss is a fool, at least Xier has never seen the things here. After looking at each other, the other Earthfire members could only stand behind Miss Seele and wait, like bodyguards. Players in other stores had mixed reactions. Explore the new world? It feels like this is a place to go shopping when you are tired and sleepy, and it is free without activation. That little boss has a rare conscience. On March 7th, I feel that watching the video here is as comfortable as the back garden. This kind of world doesn't seem to be worth observing. Haida lowered her head and thought, this world doesn't have much to attract her. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Luo Yu privately what is going on in this world. But in the group is 8 Luo Yu again. March 7th, boss, what kind of game is this? Is there anything special about it? It can almost be used as a vacation place, open world, free to explore, 7 countries with different architectural styles and plot characters, and this game supports connecting to the same world. There are a total of 4 locations, and up to 4 players can take risks at the same time. After some explanations, the old players generally understood. A scenic tourist area, we call it a traveler, is to visit the whole continent, and you can experience it when you are tired of playing games or tired of reality. Seele and Brynja saw the group news and turned their heads after thinking of multiplayer games and glanced at each other. Seele started to enter the game, glanced at Brynja who also entered the game, and snorted coldly. At least Seele's viewing of the Silvermane Iron Guard is currently negative. If she didn't feel strange with this Brynja guy, she would hate this guy around her even more. Entering the game, Seele, after being woken up by the emergency food, the moment I opened my eyes was almost the same as what the little boss said, the seaside beach, the fresh air, and the sun that made me feel warm all over. Xier ignored the little thing beside her, just felt the changes in her body, stood up abruptly, embraced the sky and breathed the air, feeling that everything was so beautiful. I didn't expect that what the little boss said was true, and I really experienced the feeling of another world. Paimon, who was beside Seele, looked at the sun-like traveler who suddenly jumped up and praised him, but he didn't understand. Hey, traveler, what's wrong with you? Did you have a good night's sleep? Seele reacted to Paimon's words. You little guy has a brain problem, and you are stewed by barking. In the lower city, rats can be made into meat jelly, and Paimon's thin skin and tender meat are even more delicious. Ah, I see, why are you so fierce? And then Xier only felt that there was an extra memory in her mind, it was 2 golden flashes piercing the sky. And when they finished their trip and were about to leave, they met the maintainer of Tianli on Sky Island, but the attacks of the 2 had no effect on the maintainer of Tianli. At this time, the girl defaulted to Yingmei, and the brother and sister fought together and were quickly sealed by the Tianli maintainer, and lost their original power. And then there are only 2 situations where you can only rely on Paimon or not choose to rely on Paimon. If you choose, you will gain power from the statue. As long as you don't lose your nobility, everything in the world will unfold to you. Or don't get a god image, practice like a mortal. On this difficulty, you will witness the true face and horror of this world for mortals. Of course, unless it is deliberate, everyone will activate the idol to obtain elemental power. The members of Earth Fire in the back looked at the picture inside and Seele's words, and they couldn't sit still. Miss Seele, can this thing really experience the world? It's possible at the moment, but I'm not sure about it in the future. Seele just watched the video and understood what the traveler was all about. It's interesting to travel around the world. Seele looked forward to it. Follow the plot and walk on the forest path. I feel that this world is really good. Seeing the red fruit on the tree, I can't walk. I didn't hear what Paimon said. Xier threw the Wu Feng sword like a sickle and got down a bunch of sunset fruits. I tasted one immediately, I feel that the whole person is energetic, and the taste is not bad. Unfortunately, living in the lower urban area is too bad, and mice are all menu delicacies. Chapter 55. Paimon felt that this traveler was as if he had never seen the world. He cut sunset fruits with a sword without a sharp edge, flew up trees to dig out bird nests, and took away all the treasure chests on the way. Even a radish in the storage chest of the Kaihokiu tribe would be worthless to pack and take away. All the shiny specialties passing by were uprooted, almost licked clean wherever they went. Paimon wanted to get the rough stones to collect the treasures, but seeing the traveler's posture, he was a little timid. This is the traveler, this is the raiding robber. That traveler, the statue of the 7 heavens is in front of us, let's get the power quickly. Power? Acquiring someone else's. It doesn't count, it can only be said that you have such an ability. When you come to pray in front of the statue, you will get the corresponding attribute power of the god. Humph, I don't want this kind of power from others. I want to explore by myself. You little guy, stay away from me, don't be eaten by me. Seele showed no mercy, turned around and discarded Paimon and left. Paimon in place was a little confused, but this was also in Luo Yu's setting. Although there were players who didn't want to use Paimon's power to officially set strange things, but Paimon Meng will fall behind and follow the traveler, making you change your mind at any time. After all, the gap between Yuan Shen and Yuanren is not so big, there is no elemental force, no team formation system, no wind wings, no activities, no email 673 update rewards, no prayers, etc. Of course, it's not the same as all the games. For example, if you are the original god character, as long as you can abduct your own team, this is a gameplay that is closer to ordinary people. All secret realms, as long as you can explore and open them, you can, and you can really persist. If there is no Paimon, it can only be said that it is really powerful. This is a trial. An XIER of the Xingsheng Railway has a very strong subjective consciousness, and she doesn't intend to borrow this guy from Paimon at all, and go directly to explore by herself. A no-edge sword and a 1-star 2-star sword opened from a bunch of ordinary treasure chests swept wildly in the whispering forest around Xingluo Lake, looking at the various ingredients in his space backpack, weapon crafting materials, rough stones, mora, etc. Messy things are enough. It can only be said that the people in the lower urban area are poor and afraid, and there is nothing left that can be seen and used. This world is really good. Although I am a little tired, I have gained a lot. No, it's been a long time, it must have been an hour, why isn't it time for the game? Sierra felt something was wrong, so she withdrew. The doubts of the members of Earth Fire came from the ears. Miss Sierra, how is this game? See, the game is pretty good, right? How long has it been? 20 minutes or so, what's the matter? Are you sure? I feel like I might have tripled that amount of time in the game. After some exchanges, Sierra felt that there was something weird about it. And Brynja was surprised when she heard the movement of the person beside her at this time. Not only that, but the first batch of people who experienced the original God game felt it. Soon there was Luo Yu in the fan base. Black Tower, is there a rule of 3 to 1 time velocity in your game? March 7th, really? It seems to be true. Ms. Haida didn't notice it until I reminded me. This is really amazing. I felt that 6 hours a day was not enough. Zilliwa, calm down. After all, it was Lord Star God who made the move, but the boss is also very irritating. Why didn't you explain such a big thing in advance? Esta, maybe it's a surprise. In addition, I just want to know if I can play other games in the original God world. Doesn't it mean that I have 3 times the time? And the 2 beautiful girls beside Luo Yu were also asking. Sierra felt that this store had too many problems. Not only the novelty of the game world, but also the ability of this time flow speed is simply unimaginable. How did it do it? Li Xier doesn't believe it, it's not realistic at all. Maybe this little boss has a lot of status, and even the silver-maned iron guard who follows this boss doesn't know it. Everything is a gift from the great game god. Yuanshen's game is originally intended to provide leisure and entertainment for players. It is even more friendly to the people, and it is easier to obtain power. As long as you work hard enough, there is almost nothing you can't get in this world. The following is a wave of daily flattering explanations and putting on a vest for myself, saying that I am just an envoy, an ordinary shop owner. The girls understood, and immediately worshipped that mysterious game god even more. I didn't expect your store to have such a history. I took the liberty. Sierra clearly likes and hates, and apologizes directly after understanding Luo Yu. It doesn't matter, it can be regarded as an equivalent exchange. You use the earth marrow to exchange for the experience of traveling in the new world. By the way, you can increase your strength, and you are using the increased strength to obtain the earth marrow. What Luo Yu said was so serious that Sierra unconsciously stood up straight in awe. Shop manager Luo Yu, right, your arrival is really the best news for the downtown during this period, maybe you are the savior of our downtown. According to the current situation, XIER immediately associates a lot, and she must notify the members of the fire in this store to come here to improve herself. Use your strength to break through the mining areas that have been eroded by the rift to regain the earth marrow veins, and then come back to continue to improve. In this way, the lower city will soon be free from the current shortage of mining areas, and the consequences of being gradually swallowed by the rift after people fight each other for resources will also be obtained. Contain. Knowing this, Sierra directly took out a few boxes of earth marrow with a big wave of her hand and asked the members of my own team to play games together. Brynja felt that the boss was becoming more and more mysterious, but no matter what, her strength had improved rapidly during this period, all thanks to this, and the strength of the Silvermane Iron Guard was also the same. However, because things happened so fast, Kakalaya didn't notice it. She just felt that she had recently become more and more unreliable in her decision to attack. How could Jeopard complete the mission triumphantly, and there were almost no major casualties? The dish is still good, this guy Jeopard is amazing again. Brynja sat down and Seele glanced at her screen. How did you let that little thing follow? Hey? Why not? Don't you gain power from the idol and start your adventure? Brynja didn't quite understand what Seele meant. Could it be that this guy played differently from her? So I took a look and found that Xier was fishing in an unsustainable exhaustion. Wherever he passed, there was no grass growing, and the wild boars passing by would be chased and chopped, and the fights were all kinds of moves and attacks, without elemental power. What kind of operation are you doing? How can you play in the future without elemental power? Brynja was shocked. Xier, will never use power that doesn't belong to me. Even if I die in battle, it's because of my lack of strength. Then Brynja saw Seele fighting back and forth with an ice slime. This monster itself was a monster that the whirlwind would kill directly. Chapter 56. Seele played around and felt that maybe it was really a wrong choice to blow away that little guy Payman. Because Brynja has already killed enemies all the way to the first plot, Wendy and Twaren are chatting, not only does he have no plot, but the difficulty of the battle is basically hell. For example, the ice slime is on the water, you will be frozen by it in the past, and you will be spit in the face by it when you are far away. Xier, who refuses to admit defeat, is fighting monsters, even if it takes 3, 4, or even 10 times as long as others. Hey, if you really can't do it, don't insist on it. Let's open a trumpet together. Brynja felt that the girl next to Seele was not bad, and secretly had a crush on her. No, the difficulty of ordinary people challenging gods is suitable for me. Then you can open 2 accounts, and both of them will hone each other to prove their own strength, so maybe you can improve faster. Okay, well, since you've begged me so much, I'll be merciful and be with you. Xier coughed lightly, since this guy has no hesitation in giving the steps, but she will not give up the way of mortals challenging gods. Among them, Yuan Shen is very popular because of the speed of time, and many players don't mind staying 10 hours a day just spending the main hour 5 soil masters exploring in it. And the fastest player in the game, Haida, has already met Amber. Under the leadership of Amber, he entered Mon City, and heard Amber claiming to be a flying champion after a while, so Haida couldn't help asking curiously. Are there any flying tools in this world? The Black Tower has done experiments in this world, and fell off the cliff directly. The wind element doesn't work, maybe the power is too weak. Yes, the wing of wind is a tool that allows people to glide and fly in the sky. Speaking of which, Amber also took out his own, the wind wings of Mon City. After seeing it, the Black Tower always felt very familiar, and soon seemed to recognize it. Isn't this one of my many collections? It seems that this world is not very far away from my reality. Haida thought in his heart, and felt that the star god might be nearby. The games in this store are basically made based on real-world observations, and there are basically no mistakes, let alone the flying tools of the entire Teyvat continent. The game of Yuan Shen is still the most attractive to the people of Yalilo. After all, such a free world is very in line with their imagination of Yalilo without the appearance of snow. According to the legend, it is recorded that Yalilo was once extremely rich and beautiful, and all kinds of delicacies and fruits can be picked directly from the tree. It was a sign that the pioneering star god Akivalai stayed for a while and even left Pam as a mark. And the plot at the beginning of Yuan Shen is also quite warm, because probably Seele and Brynja came to the highest cliff of star picking after quickly learning the wings of wind, and took a deep breath looking at the 100-meter abyss below. After all, it was their first time jumping from such a high place, let alone newbies who had just mastered wings of wind. We agreed together, whoever doesn't pick will be a puppy. Seele looked at the mountain stream and turned to Brynja and said seriously. Don't worry, this camp means nothing to me. Okay, you have the guts. Seele took a deep breath and jumped down, followed closely by Brynja. Soon the wings of the wind unfolded, and the two gradually stabilized in the air, hand in hand, and flew over the forest and cliffs together, feeling extremely happy. Xier closed her eyes, only feeling that the depression in the downtown area was swept away, and it was a good feeling to have someone by her side. And the food in Mon City is also good. Brynja just watched Seele eat up 3 grilled mushroom pizzas. She didn't seem too ladylike in her eating. Basically, she was trying to solve the food as quickly as possible. Probably her previous experience food is just for filling, nothing more. Brynja also went to look at the menu in the lower city. She can only say that the water is in dire straits, and the rats are almost extinct. Don't rush to eat, no one will fight with you, this is a different world, you can taste the taste of food entering your mouth. Brynja savored the food with graceful sips. It's really a young lady, okay, I'll try it with you if I'm in a good mood. After saying this, Ang Chuan's posture became obviously more elegant. But at this moment, the sky was changing, Tuaren's huge figure almost flew close to Mond, a violent tornado swept across the city of Mond, the wooden houses were quickly destroyed, and the planks were flying, and the comfortable Mond suddenly disappeared. There was a lot of noise, just like people who were afraid of the arrival of monsters. Seele and Brynja got up directly. You actually caused trouble during my meal time, let's see if I don't beat you down. Then came the exciting air battle against Tualen. The plot here can be played by multiple people, and the corresponding Tuaren's strength will also be close. Seele and Brynja's 2 daughters cooperated more and more tacitly because of their experience in picking stars. Tualen's attack and the 2 women rolled and flew to avoid, but Tualen's attack was extremely fierce, with dense barrage attacks, and the wing of wind seemed to be about to fall down and let Tualen go. The downward trend of the second woman directly rose. Seele looked subconsciously, and vaguely saw a green-clothed bard leaving in the crowd. Which bard was talking to this dragon? Does he have anything to do with this dragon? Without time to think about it, Ziba and Brynja seized the time and quickly repelled Tuaren. Repelling the wind demon dragon, Tuaren gained great prestige and was recognized by the knights. Captain Sheen, Lisa's big sister librarian, Mon's idol Barbara, Scout Knight Amber, Cavalry Captain Kaya and other characters have enriched Mon City. But many people still found the red figure. Kelly cheered and opened the door from the confinement room, only to run into Brynja directly. Sorry, sister, Kelly is just too happy, not on purpose. Brynja was a little surprised. Kelly raised her head and her ears seemed to be elves. She had pure and innocent eyes, milky white hair, and a sweet voice. She was carrying a small school bag, which was very cute. It's okay, it's good that you didn't hit and hurt you, what a lovely child. Brynja rubbed Kelly's head subconsciously. Hey sister, if you don't rub Kelly's head, you won't grow taller. Kelly stomped her feet and said angrily. Okay, what are you going to do, Kelly? The backpack seems to be bulging. This is a secret, unless you won't tell Captain Sheen. Rest assured. Do you want to go fish frying with Kelly? Although you may be locked up, it's worth it because the fish is delicious. Brynja. And many people met outside the head of Sheen, and many players posted interesting stories about Kelly. Kaylee, this little loli, is still very arrogant when she walks, but after being locked up in the confinement room, she became much more obedient. Not only that, I also found Kelly's survival rules in the confinement room. The city fired bombs in the confinement room to report, the bomb-wounded Sheen came to the door, and set fire to the mountain and Kelly was finished. It's really interesting, it seems that this little guy is a little guy who likes to make trouble. And as the main line advances, players gradually understand what kind of world this is. The gods cast their eyes on them and give them the eyes of gods. Those who have the eyes of gods are basically people with elemental power, who are recognized by the gods, and who may take over the position of the gods in the future. Is a civil servant waiting for promotion. And there are 7 gods in this world. At present, Mons is the wind god Barbados. Basically, no matter what happens, it is managed by the Knights of the West Wind, and Mons' model is actually good, at least it is enough for people to live happily. Next, the players encountered Barbados in the process of advancing the plot. This BD Bard is performing, and the story he tells is still about the Wind Dragon. Be attracted by it and then be fooled by Feng Shen for a while. For example, when the wind was blowing, Ying Mei asked Wendy about Feng Shen, and then she heard Wendy explain in a serious manner. Wind God Barbados? That guy has disappeared from Mond. Looking back at this sentence afterwards, the player can only show that Barbados, who is not doing business, lied without blinking, but at least he said something reliable. The rock god of Liu next door, and the thunder god of Deazuma are still there. This sentence is very important. Wow, looks like our next trip should be one of those two places. March 7th said with some excitement. I really want to see the demeanor of the gods in this world. Is it worthy of this position? This is Esta who is observing the scenery. Sire, I just want to fight with the gods and see how powerful they are. And the next thing is to be fooled by Feng Shen to steal the piano of the sky in the West Wind Cathedral. During the period, Barbados once blew himself up as the wind god, but because he was too insincere, the nun didn't feel relieved at all. In the end, it had to be that Grandpa sneaked in with fear, and then drew people's attention and then approached step by step, just like Assassin's Creed at 0.3. In the end, not only did he not get it, but he was chased all the way as a wanted criminal. From then on, he started the road of no return without going to a single place as a wanted criminal, and ran all the way to the second floor of Diluc's tavern. The following plot is probably that Wendy continues to fool the head of the Qin and Diluc to retrieve the Qin of the sky together. During the period, she also learns about the 8th seat executive lady of the fools. When they came to Turin, the players already felt that something was wrong with this bard. Is this Wendy really an ordinary bard? I don't feel right from the fact that he knows so well about Turin. March 7 scratched her head. I just found out, as expected of an idiot, March 7th, Turin didn't just come when he was called, and he was one of the guardians of the Four Winds. In addition, this guy exposed himself to the god of wind. I think it is very likely that he is the real one. Yes, it's only because this guy is too unscrupulous that the word god doesn't fit in so people don't suspect it. Haida analyzed it and couldn't help complaining. Ah? Really? This guy is the wind god Barbados, didn't he just say it himself? You really believe it? Feng Shen is fooling you, idiot Sanyueshi. Chapter 57. Later, when Wendy communicated with Turin, when it seemed to be about to succeed, suddenly the Abyss Mage attacked and smashed the harp of the sky, and the bewitched Turin had become an enemy of Mond and could not go back, and the Abyss Mage said the most a word of value is probably to serve the real master and make everyone curious. As for Wendy's identity, the head of the Qin team could see it, and Wendy herself admitted it. Ah? Just Feng Shen? Just now, I could kill that Abyss Mage, but he hurt Feng Shen? Is this really a god? I have some doubts. Hilary didn't understand. This guy can't be a bard to become a god. It seems that his combat power is not high. It's understandable. The god position can still be obtained by this unreliable guy. I'm afraid he didn't pick it up. Brynja's husband and wife followed suit and complained. And Luo Yu just wanted to say that he almost guessed right. Mond was originally the strongest demon god of the Gale, the god of Gale Tower, followed by Andrews. The warrior is just a ray of remnant souls, and Barbados is a wind elf and weaker, but these plots still require players to explore by themselves. And as the Feng Malong left, in the next screen, the Abyss Mage, who was under attack just now, neatly respectfully bowed to a figure that made all the players shrink their pupils at the first glance. Kong Ying stood on the cliff of the ruins of the Wind Dragon, looking at the chaotic and broken ruins, wondering what he was thinking. The next moment, the Abyss Mage appeared respectfully. Your Highness, your servant has brought you another victory. When your country returns to the world, we will share your glory. When the Abyss Mage said this, the players in several stores were shocked. And directly sent barrage on the screen of the game plot. I'm super? The villain is actually Grandpa himself. No, Xian Kong is Ying, and vice versa. The villain is one of the two brothers and sisters. This is too ridiculous. Grassa plant, the eyes are so aggressive, I really don't know what happened to Kong Gang during our coma. Haida looked carefully at this section of Kong Ying's turn, and the more he looked, he found that the power on his body seemed to belong to him instead of relying on the seven gods. What is your Highness, what country? Isn't your master a traveler? How did you suddenly become your Highness? Luo Yu rubbed the tip of his nose at this. Can he say that he forgot to play the PV of the main story prequel Footprints? After watching that, he had a one-sided impression of the Seven Kingdoms. But it's not too late, after the first part of the main storyline, it will be a card level, and the adventure level 18 will open the third plot of the Dragon and the Song of Freedom. During this period, you can look for treasure chests, do branch lines, and learn about historical stories that may have happened in this world by splicing documents scattered all over the world. And at this time, a new PV footprint appeared on each player's screen. New animation. Players who finished the first chapter are basically familiar faces. But at the beginning of the plot, the women were surprised. At the beginning, I heard the Riddleman and Sleb speak half-understood words. At the opening of the screen, the two brothers and sisters are in the sea of flowers in Intivate. The background music suddenly increased a few degrees, and the bright silver fonts shone with mercury. Mond dash a stranger who catches the wind. The giant dragon who has guarded the Freedom Federation for thousands of years has finally become confused about freedom. Can the freedom commanded by the god of freedom still be called freedom? Along with the introduction of a country, a representative character will appear in a national server, for example, Mond is Diluc. The flaming bird on the back spreads its wings and is about to fly, and the big sword is ready to go. With Diluc's fiery red hair, he is very handsome at first glance. This introduction, it seems that Tuolin became what he is now because of this premise and the temptation of erosion from the abyss. All the women have this idea in their hearts. What made them look forward even more was that soon the introduction of the voice came to Liu. Liu, farewell to the long body. Oh, Liu, I heard that it is the god of rocks. There should be many rocky mountains. They should be old. On March 7th, based on Mond, a place full of wind elements, she guessed what Liu might look like. Stupid little Sanyu, if rocks become gods, it's not just rocks, but also all kinds of rare minerals. It's like saying that Liu has mines. If there are mines, there must be money. As the eldest lady, Esta knew this very well. Luo Yu was a little stunned when he saw this bullet screen. He didn't expect that someone would actually get some information. He saw Miss Esta, it's all right, the rich family has a mine, it must be helpful to this. But soon the sound came back, and the background BGM changed, and it became the ancient fragrance and ancient rhyme, the characteristics of liu, gahan, pipa, xiao, bamboo flute and other musical instruments, which are complicated and melodious, making people feel the long history of the ancient country. The background sound is really nice, and there is an indescribable feeling. I haven't heard of the type, it seems that every country has its own characteristics. The women sighed. In full view, the god of contract was murdered, and at the last moment, he will sign a contract that ends all contracts. Hey? The god of contract was murdered? There is only one god in Liu, and that is the god of rock. March 7 scratched her head, feeling that she was right in her analysis this time. The gods were assassinated? Are the gods so easy to be murdered? Esta didn't understand, or is it because gods can also be killed that they hide their identity like Barbados and act like ABD? Maybe all the gods in this world are Barbados, the guy who doesn't do business, or the maintainer of the law of heaven at the beginning has some strength. Seele obviously doesn't like ABD like Barbados, and feels that even if he defeats him with mortal strength, he won't have a sense of accomplishment. Sign a contract that terminates all contracts. This is a bit of a mouthful, it means that there is no contract under his will, so don't worry about it. Haida thought for a while and said casually. After hearing this, Luo Yu felt that it would be better to add another sentence, that is, leave it alone, retire, and touch it. But in the picture, the beautiful figure of Xianjiping, who is dressed in a noble air and a phoenix hairpin in a cloud bun, has attracted many people's attention. Wow! Are Liu people like this? I think the patterns on their clothes are so beautiful. Esta's eyes lit up, and she felt that the person in front of her seemed to have the same temperament as her. And this temperamental rich woman and beautiful woman is Ning Guang. Ah, it feels very familiar. It seems that Dan Heng's clothes also have this kind of texture, which is very mysterious and strange. March 7th looked at Dan Heng, who had been playing games silently, and said so. People are getting more and more excited. This is the rhythm of introducing all 7 countries, which greatly increases their interest in the 7 countries. Soon we arrived at Inajima, and the BGM changed again and became Inajima style. The drums of shakuhachi, konghao and taiko drums vibrate very nicely. Another style, amazing. Rice wife, thousands of hands and hundreds of eyes in the world. The girls have roughly understood the rhythm. The beginning is probably the summary of the plot, the background sound may be the cause of important events of important characters. This made them start watching frame by frame. Why does Dao wife make such an evaluation? Could it be that Thunder God is a demon god with thousands of hands and eyes? No, this may be a philosophical meaning. It depends on the actual plot, but this word may mean that the gods control the entire country, and people live under the watchful eyes of the gods and feel that they are being watched. Gzi shook his head. After all, there are 4 words behind the 1,000-handed and 100-eyed word. This is a philosophical meaning, not a literal meaning. Let's make a rough guess based on philosophy. And soon the following words made Gzi suddenly enlightened. The general is immortal, and the period of the shogunate is endless. Pursue the god of eternity. What kind of eternity do you see in the eyes of the world? 983's words are very clear. It seems that Deazuma's thunder god is the title of a general, and he is very responsible, and also pursues eternity, but why is the form closed to the outside world? This is Jitsi's doubts, but she can feel that seclusion is definitely not a good thing. It will become self-styled, no communication, and technological progress is basically impossible. It should be very backward here, and people's lives probably won't be much better go. In the picture, the representative figure of Inajima appeared Kamalai Ayaka, one of the female characters with the most watts in the world, the eldest lady of the Kami family, proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her martial arts has reached the level of the genre. Level, the eldest lady who is well known far and near. The person who proposes marriage has even broken the threshold. It is also worth mentioning that Ji Chuan has already become a teacher and is qualified to report his own genre name, which is a recognized level and will not be fooled by the genre, and above that, Ji Chuan is almost a master of the genre, well-known such as Okada Tsuji is exempted from the biography. I love it, the temperament is too good, the real eldest lady. This look, this painting fan is thrown into my heart, my wife, I must get it. Another wave of barrage frenzy. And then the music changed again, and came to the exotic style. The tropical feeling of the desert go became out very magical. Me-Ashparan avoid tribulation. Many people do not understand this summary. And the background voice is even more confusing. Wisdom is the enemy of the god wisdom, knowledge is the bait that floats on the surface of the sea of ignorance, and scholars are breeding folly. God's wisdom has no problem with this. Ah! What does it mean that wisdom is the enemy of the god of wisdom? I can't understand. Why is this person talking like this? Isn't he tired? March 7 felt that he couldn't help but want to pull out that guy who spoke inexplicably and beat him up. Chapter 58. The troubles of March 7 are also the troubles of most people. This guy will definitely have a better future when he goes to the Riddler of the mysterious faction. For now, I just want to pull him out and beat him up. Haida also hates Riddlers a little bit. Those people always pretend to be very educated in simple people's words, but the meaning is still the same. Guys who don't speak human words should be pulled out and beaten. So I still don't understand why wisdom is the enemy of the god of wisdom. Could it be that wisdom has affected the rule of the god of wisdom? March 7 racked his brains to come up with this. What Xiao Sanyu said this time is pretty good. I remember seeing that the rulers of other planets, in order not to be resisted, did not allow people to enlighten their wisdom, so as to better stabilize their position. It was rare for Gzi to praise March Chi once, but soon changed the subject. Although what you said is right, the god of wisdom should understand that people can develop their own country better if they have wisdom. If the god of wisdom is so superficial, it can only be a little cleverness. I believe that the real god of wisdom should be happy to share himself knowledge wisdom. Knowledge is the bait that floats on the surface of the sea of ignorance. Scholars are breeding folly, and the wisdom of God has no objection to it. This sentence is fine on its own, but it is very problematic when combined. What do you think, boss? Gzi and others almost forgot about Luo Yu during the discussion. The boss must understand that's simple. Knowledge is just superficially attractive bait. Scholars breed folly. People say that scholars don't do human affairs, and their heads should be moved. The simple and rude explanation left the girls speechless. March 7, well, as expected of the boss, the insights are unique. XIER, the boss explained it really well. Keep going, the previous ones are full of stuff, I don't understand at all. Sierra felt that she almost fell asleep watching this video, and Mond could still barely understand what the hell was going on. If Brynja was not still watching, she would have jumped over. Well, as for the better explanation later, the simple meaning of the sentence that God's wisdom has no opinion is that with the current wisdom of gods, it is okay to think that fools do inhuman things. Ah? Is this the god of wisdom? Can this also become a god? Brynja, irresponsibility like this is either bad or fooled. Could it be that it's been emptied? It's like the 8th guardian of Bel Oberg, Siri the fool. Esta, hey? There are melons, let's talk about it. March 7, talk about it in detail. Brynja was very happy to see someone seeing her barrage, so she said a little more. At that time, the 7th great guardian had just passed away. The best candidate, Zilia, died unexpectedly. She was replaced by Zillier, who didn't know anything. Clearly, the resignation of the power to Stepan caused public resentment to boil over, and in the end Zillier was put into a box by the Silvermane Iron Guard and thrown off the cliff, but the culprit, Stepan, was nowhere to be found. Brynja's passage is very long, but thought-provoking and open-minded. So, if we change our thinking, is it possible that the former god of wisdom has passed away, and the new person who takes over is a god who doesn't know how to be puppet? Gzi thought for a while and felt that this possibility was not impossible and could be explained. After all, the gods had their own way of survival. It is very possible that the gods of each country may have different ways of getting along with each other. For example, Barbados is not responsible, Deifa seems to be overly responsible, and Lius seems to be contractual rules. Other methods are also understandable. Haida feels that the only thing that attracts him in this world is probably the seven gods, especially the melons about the seven gods. The representative role of Sumifeng is Sano, the disciplinary officer, with a cobalt Anubis-like hat, edified by wind and sand and desert skin, with a unique temperament. March 7th, in this state of clothing, it seems that Sumuru is very hot, and there should be a lot of deserts. Esta, this person is a bit aloof, he shouldn't be very talkative. And then there is Fontaine, the sinner's dance step spin. The background music is like a waltz, and the sound of the violin fluctuates in it, which is very ear-catching, as if some wonderful screen theatre is about to start, such as a circus or an opera house. The title seems simple and straightforward, but it is half understood, and the main reason is to guess from the words of the Riddler. Justice loves all the farce in the courtroom, and even desires to judge the gods, but she knows very well that only the law of heaven cannot be an enemy. March 7th, this sentence still looks a little bit, at least I understand it. Esta, her? Is the god of justice actually a woman? Then I look forward to it even more. Although Barbados is also very good looking, he still has a male appearance, unless it is the statue in the church square, which feels good. Many players have already opened their prayers, and the first issue is Wendy, but it's Wendy, not Barbados's divine costume. Barbados in divine costume is YYDS. Gzi, the laws of heaven are invincible. It seems that Fontaine's god of justice is still weaker than the one we found. It represents a pair of young brothers and sisters. Gentleman hat, bow tie, black dress, but the strangest thing is that there seems to be black silk suspenders on the legs. And the younger sister is as light as a dexterous black cat, with long legs and black silk, and a delicate and lovely appearance. A pair of twins, I must get them. Esther wanted to wave Xingsheng very much and said, give me a try first. Is this a man and a woman or brother and sister? Why is there a black silk with a suspender and a black silk catwoman? But there are also people who don't quite understand, such as Brynja. Luo Yu was surprised by Brynja's words. She didn't expect the rustic Brynja to know so much, but she subconsciously looked at the clothes of the characters in the upper zone. It may not be possible in other places in Yali Luo, but the black silk texture technology is definitely famous in the Milky Way, whether it is Brynja, or Silva, Para, and Kakalaya, and even those who have studied medicine in the upper area. Natasha is black silk. Even the shadow of the Guardian and the shadow of the Nibbler are dressed as black silk boots military girls, which is crazy, nice job. As for Brynja's skirt design with slanted slits, the inside of the black silk can be seen vaguely, which makes people want to squat down to see what's going on. Cough, it's getting too far. And then there is not a fiery resurrection poetry. The background music turned again, the violin changed, and the castanets moved rhythmically, and the listeners couldn't help shaking their heads and legs. Nada's introduction was simpler and ruder. The rules of war are engraved into the body of the organism, the loser becomes the embers of the war, and the winner rekindles. At the beginning, everyone was surprised. Danheng, the winner is the king, and the loser eats the dust? This country should be very good at war, and the gods should also be good at war. It was rare that Danheng was willing to speak, and soon someone agreed. March 7th, Teacher Danheng's words are awesome, give me a thumbs up. Gzi, embers, burning, it seems that Nada seems to be the god of fire, and his temper is really weird. Black Tower, this model? The strong will always be strong? Nada must have a lot of high-end combat power. All the women talked about it. The god of war told the traveler this secret, because she had reasons for doing so. Esta, it's her again, it seems like another female god, that's great. Gzi, is the god of war, or the god of fire, actually a woman? I'm really curious, and I really want to see what kind of demeanor the god of fire with such an identity is. Is there a reason for doing this? The strength of the people in the country has generally increased, and the elite model is preparing to start a war? Who is it with? Brynja was very curious. The opponent who can make the gods of war pay so much attention must be an extremely powerful existence in the Seven Kingdoms, or a stronger existence. Wow, this country is really good, I must go to see it, and I must compete with this god of war. Sieter's focus is different from others. Hey, as expected of you. Brynja felt that she might gradually get used to it. The character in the picture is a white-haired Gengtai who is not tall but has a fierce temperament with a tribal skull on his head. Such a strong fighting spirit at such a young age, this look is stronger than my age. Seele was surprised again. Warrior must die. Such frequent battles and the youth's attire may make Nada's technology even more backward. In some cases, only the fittest will survive, and the loser will eat the dust. Haida thought for a moment and thought it was very possible. Immediately afterwards, a cold picture flashed by, and the next moment, the sounds of accordion, grand piano and other musical instruments were intertwined, and there was only a sense of power in the grandeur, and a sense of ritual in the wind and snow. Brynja, this music is great, it has a very sacred, grand, and noble feeling, and it has a sense of mission like going out. Maybe it's the counterpart, in the snowy field, the music of the solstice is very attractive to the people of Yali Luo. Solstice, the kingdom of godless love. March 7th, hey, it's here, those countries with a lot of hateful people, money is good. Esta, a country without gods and love? It feels so cold, just like the name. But people background sounds attract. She is a god who will never love people again. The reason why people follow her is to believe that she will one day raise the flag of justice against Tianli. This sentence can be said to make the barrage surge again. She? Female again? Gzi, yes, and it's the god of ice, Her Majesty the Queen of the Winter Kingdom. The fools who just ask Mond can find out that Her Majesty has a very high status in their hearts. Xier, isn't the most important thing that the Queen of Winter is going to go to war with Tianli? This is too brave. If I was born here, I would definitely join the crowd of fools. If you rebel against the law of heaven, maybe I will go back, even if I am smashed to pieces. Brynja groaned and agreed. Unlike other countries, the most important guest is the uncle of Her Majesty the Queen who is in the shadow of the crowd around the throne. Just when people thought it was the end came the last kingdom. In eternity with no beginning and no end, human beings will live a peaceful and dreamless life, but under the blind spot of the gods, there are still people who want to dream. With the background sound, there is only one shining star in the blue starry sky. Dreams of the Unknown, Canria. Chapter 59. The dark Mrs. Huke fried fish, and the head of Qin, Li, ran out. Dreams of the Unknown, Canria. Careful people find that the background BGM has not changed, and it seems to have the same epic sense of mission as Haidong. Dreams of the Unknown, Canria. Are there any other lands besides the seven? People were puzzled just now, but the voice of the riddleman said more unexpectedly this time. Humans have a human background, we are not the residue. After filtering the chosen one, we obtain the power to deny the world from outside the world. Those who step into heaven and earth now, your journey is over, but you have not passed the final door. If your journey is meaningful, come forward and defeat me, prove to me that you are more suitable than me to save her, and then go to weave all fate. This passage can be said to be the most informative sentence in the Yuan Shen game, but this sentence is also very vague, and it is not clear what the facts are until the end. And the last character to appear is the Riddler himself. Dian's Reb. This man looks young and handsome, but both his voice and his eyes are full of vicissitudes. He is dressed in pitch black and dressed like the most distinguished chief official in the court, but the moment he raised his hand, the power of the abyss changed this handsome man. He has become a collection of opposites between evil and light. His body is full of contradictions, but it also attracts people's attention, wondering what he has experienced. Wow! Who are you, handsome? So the owner of the voice in the background is you? You really speak very well. Wow, you people, how can you change your position just because of your appearance? Unless he can tell me a story on the couch. The various messages on the barrage are obviously female players. March 7th, this man is so mysterious, but I still think the boss is even more mysterious. Gzi, yes, even though the little boss plays games every day without a serious look, he still doesn't know what secrets are hidden in his heart. Xier, a strong person has the strength to do whatever he wants and liberate his nature. 550, such as the little boss, what is the truth? Anyway, he is very powerful. Branya, stupid Sieter, it's back to the basics. When the lower city is over, go to the upper city with me to refresh your knowledge. I will teach you personally. Hey, your topic is wrong, aren't we talking about Karya? Walter Young, informative, Kanria seems to have gathered a group of humans and creatures outcast by the gods. They have acquired powers beyond this world. GZI, this is also reasonable, don't forget that the traveler is an alien, and he stayed here for a while and was about to leave when he was stopped by that hateful maintainer of the laws of heaven Black Tower. Is it possible that the traveler is the one who brought the extraterrestrial technology and then handed it over to Kanria so that this boudoir has a power equal to or even surpassed the 7 boudoirs? Luo Yu touched the tip of his nose and just wanted to say that his guess was pretty good. The PV plot ends here, and the next step is a happy adventure time. The day passed quickly at this speed. But the miraculous Sieter of this store remembered it, and reported it to the people from the ground fire when she went back. Sieter, what you said is true. Oleg, the leader of the ground fire surface, was very surprised and excited when he heard this. Boss, am I that kind of person? If not, let a few younger brothers try, and you go and deal with those monsters. Xier put her hands on her hips and pointed at a member of Earth Fire, and that member of Earth Fire didn't give in, just raised his spear and charged in, relying on the west wind marksmanship learned by Mond and the wind elemental power of the protagonist to wrap around the spear, quickly killed the monster. Others directly took out their weapons and shot, condensing their strength and directly blowing up the robot. How is this possible? As the superficial leader, Oleg still introduced the strength of the Earth Fire members. If everyone has this strength, why would he worry about it, and there is no need to rush back and forth. Law and order can't be managed, and there are too many Ripper monsters, and they can't be defeated. On the contrary, the Ripper monsters are fighting more and more, and the living space for humans in the lower areas is getting smaller and smaller. How about it, boss? What I said is right, I will try it tomorrow with other brothers who have never been there before. We will take turns to come, and soon the strength of the entire Earth Fire will become stronger. Open minds and regain the veins to get a better life. The more Sieter talked, the more she felt that this small shop was really important. No, someone should be sent to protect this store, lest those magical computers be destroyed. Sieter, don't worry about this, I didn't expect to drive next to the Raven leader, what a surprise. The former is what Xier said, and the latter is what he thought silently in his heart. After all, the identity of the leader of the Raven cannot be revealed casually. He is in front of the stage, and the leader of the Raven should be in control behind the scenes. And this Raven is Natasha, a medical student who witnessed the chaos in the downtown area. The various accidents of the patients made Natasha understand that studying medicine cannot save the downtown area. She can only organize forces to stabilize the downtown area and fundamentally reduce the unnecessary casualties. And the news of Luo Yu's shop quickly spread to every small group in the downtown area, such as the Dark Lord Hook of the Mole Party. Which small shop is this? I heard from Sister Seele that it's very interesting inside. It seems like a good place where you can take risks and wreak havoc without being chased. The eyes of the little cute Hook are shining. It must be true for Big Sister Sieter to say that. After all, Big Sister Sieter was 10 times more destructive than her when she was the same age as herself. Luo Yu opened the door this morning, and saw a cute loli outside the door who was not tall, wearing a big Cossack hat, a little bloated, with small radish legs, and a cute cheek exposed. This, whose child? Luo Yu felt that such a cute child must not be an unknown person in the Xingsheng Railway. Hey, are you the owner of this store? I heard that you have a world where you can enter casual adventures. Show the Dark Lord Hook a look. Ah? Whose child here, who comes to surf the internet before he is an adult, isn't he afraid of being mixed doubles by his parents? Luo Yu complained in his heart, mainly because he came to the internet cafe so young and reminded him of the time when he stole the internet cafe. After he realized it, he didn't care about shrugging his shoulders, after all, he was not an electronic virus here. Hey, isn't this Hook? It seems that you little guy is quite well informed. Xier brought a group of Earth Fire members over early in the morning, and it was interesting to see that familiar loli. Of course, the mole party is omnipotent. Lord Hook knows all the news in the lower city. 11 Maybe this is the confidence of the king of children, after all, if anyone has no children, it is okay to ask what the parents say. It's quite capable, the momentum is good, go in, my sister will take you to the David continent for adventure. Seele put one hand on her hip and smiled, leading Hook in. Boss, play games for us people. But he froze halfway through the speech. Luo Yu was having dinner early in the morning, and fast food every day is not enough. For a different style, I made tiramisu cake, which is more elegant and has a good taste. It couldn't be better for breakfast. Boss, what are you eating? It looks pretty good. Seele originally had no requirements for food. After all, there are not many food options in the lower city. It was only after staying in Tibet for a while that she realized that this world is not only about fighting, but also food and a partner who can play together. Seele from Benghai is a pure sweet girl who loves sweets, while Seele from Xingsheng has a different environment, but her taste is not too different. Oh, tiramisu cake, do you want to eat it? One piece of 3 ground marrow, the limit is 200 grams per person. It's a bit expensive, but forget it, try it for 3 yuan. I'll buy a copy for the little guy Hook and that guy. She should come soon after washing up. Okay. Luo Yu didn't bother to gossip about who the washer was that Seele was talking about, and after staying in his sleeping room for a while, he quickly took out 3 small plates of delicate tiramisu cakes. The moment it was brought out, Xier only felt a special mellow sweet fragrance hit the tip of her nose, and she felt a little hungry after not eating much in the morning. What smells so good? Brynja smelled the aroma as soon as she walked into the store, and she felt very hungry. The rations in the downtown area were too poor, and after exercising at night, she was even hungrier in the morning. Oh, here you come, here it is for you. Brynja took it, looked at Seele one more time and found a place to play the game without saying a word. Hey, do you want to get up? No, I want to be alone today. Brynja said as she sat down opposite Seele. Tisk, I still have a little emotion, isn't it because I have a little more strength? If you don't come over, then I'll go over. Hook, take your own risk, sister, I have something to do. As he spoke, he changed the machine and forcibly sat next to Brynja, leaving only the cute little Hook with confused eyes watching what the 2 big sisters were talking about. Hook, quickly discard pictures that children don't understand. Forget it, you don't need Miss Xier's head, the Dark Lord Hook can still take risks. Hook enters the game, and after being as surprised as Seele, he almost destroys everywhere like Seele, which makes Paimon frightened. Fortunately, Hook is pursuing power, but it is a more destructive force. With the power of the wind, it is even more unscrupulous. When the Cahokia people are eating around the iron pot, they directly use the wind to blow up the slime explosive barrel and throw it into the Cahokia crowd. It explodes, and the sky is full of freely flying corpses. And he fried fish in the water without a teacher, and he committed too many crimes and made too much noise. At one time, he summoned the West Wind Knights, and the destructive power almost made the leader Qin suspect that it was Kelly's little family. Run out of the confinement room. See chapter 60. That despicable stranger, stop for me. The Zephyr Knights and Amber were chasing after, and Hook was running ahead. It felt very exciting, and Paimon was already stunned. The last one who was so weird was Seele. Don't do things with strength, this is only when you have strength to do things. You have reached the goal of wanted criminals without entering Mon City, it can only be said that you can do what Kelly didn't even do matter. When Kelly in the confinement room heard the news, she immediately became more fond of the stranger outside. I just feel yearning, I have found a companion for a long time. Seele suddenly thought of Hook after duoing with Brynja, and was going to come over to see how the little guy was doing. As a result, I saw the traveler being chased and beaten by Amber, the knights, even the Cahokia people and the Abyss Mage. Little guy, what you're playing is not a traveler, but a executioner. If you do this, the prestige of Mon City will be completely lost, and you won't be able to get any of the character companions in Mon City. After being shocked, Xier clutched her forehead in helplessness. Luo Yu's game making is always close to reality, such as praying. You want to pray for that character to help you. Besides abducting her to the team, you will take the initiative to let her come, and besides luck, it is your reputation in Mond. The more famous you are, the more good deeds you do, the higher the probability of drawing a character. But Huke's destruction is likely to be permanently imprisoned or permanently expelled from Mond. That companion can hardly draw, let alone the plot can't be advanced, so I can only find a way to make up for it. This is Luo Yu's limited punishment. After all, it is impossible to do bad things without paying. The NPCs in this world are not fools. Sister, what are you talking about? Will you find no companions in this world if you do this? Himeko suddenly felt that he had caused a catastrophe. Why did Sister Sieter have such an expression on her head? It's not good to have a partner who is not good at exploring the world. It's very difficult for you to take risks alone. If you go on like this, Mond probably won't have a place for you. After hearing this, Hook only felt a thunderbolt on his head, and after trying the plot system, it could no longer be triggered. It said, please return the prestige system to the basics. And Hook's reputation is -100. As for Twarin, you can't even fly to fight with your head. Do you think you are Gilardo's sword of the cliff? Restoring your reputation is similar to reforming through labor. Help the people of Mon City sweep the streets, take out the garbage, and help with all the chores that need you. Anyway, the more you help, the faster you will recover. Now it's time to become a prisoner. The Mond people around were pointing, and their words were very unfriendly. Just when Hook was desperately sweeping the streets to earn his reputation in Mon City, a figure walked over on his own initiative. Hello, your name is Hook and you are a traveler, right? I am, are you? Oh, my name is Kelly, and I am the Spark Knight of the Knights. Claire the elf is very enthusiastic. Oh, it belongs to the Knights. Hook quickly lost interest and continued to sweep the street with his head down, feeling that life in the game was gloomy. Actually, I admire you very much. I didn't expect you to be more powerful than Kelly, blowing up so many fish ponds. It was Kelly's words that made Hook look up at the equally excited Kelly, who seemed to have found a confidant. You are so powerful and arrogant in frying fish during the day, do you want to go to a place farther away to fry fish with me tonight? Kelly leaned closer and whispered in Hook's ear. This sentence lifted Hook's decadent spirit. Are you going to fry fish together with my friend, wrecking havoc? Don't be so loud, it's not good if the head of the Qin team hears it. Let's come quietly. If there is too much noise, we will be locked up. The two destructive little loli hit it off. In this way, when other players were still waiting for their own 5-star characters, Hook found another way to passively attract Kelly to become his companion. Little guy, why don't you change your account? Your account is useless. The hard work of sweeping the streets is the same as painting walls in reality. It tortures people to death. Xier was going to try to persuade the little guy after the game, but when she saw the scene on Hook's screen, the traveler and Kelly threw bombs together, blowing up the settlement of the Kaihokita people, almost flying into the sky. JL. What's going on, little guy, why is there Kelly in your team? At present, the original god has just come out, the 5-star characters are only those few, and the limited pool is Wendy, and many people haven't drawn it yet. As for Kaylee, it hasn't been released yet, but someone met in the confinement room of the Knights, that's all. But what's going on here? I don't know about this either. Just now, Kelly, who was sweeping the street, took the initiative to come to the door, saying that she invited me to fry fish together, and also said that there was a way not to be caught by Captain Qin, so we went together. Boss, take a look at her. Why did Kelly get it before she came out? Can you explain? Seele, who didn't understand, went directly to the boss. Brynja looked over curiously when she heard the movement. After discovering Hook's situation, she looked at her travelers, Amber, Noelle, and Kaya. A few, not to say that it cannot be used, it can only be said that the 4-star full life may be the basic value of the 5-star. And the abducted 5-star self has as much training as she has. Kelly's destructive power is obviously already at level 60, and maybe even higher training. This is the reason why Himeka's current World 1 training is really eating and drinking. Simple as water. Hook just followed behind to pick up the leaks, experience, materials and so on. Brynja, who couldn't understand but was greatly shocked, decided to record this video and post it to the internet cafe group. Can't she just eat lemons by herself? Soon the video was clicked by many people. Brynja waited for a while, and someone replied soon. Stay. Black Tower. Eat, Star Girl, GZI. Walter, Old Yang Subway Phone.jpg Silva, what is this? A new character? It's cute. Esther, it's not about whether she's cute or not. She's really the kind that Wendy, is currently at level 40 with a full life and a special weapon. I can't beat him so easily. Although it may be because of the low world level, it's too much. It's outrageous. Haida, isn't this Kelly who is in confinement? Why did she come out? March 7th? Is Kelly's pool open? Esther, stupid Sanyu, the first time I opened this lady, the live broadcast was full of life. Now I just want to know how this little guy pulled Kelly into his team, and he is still so strong. March 7th, at Luo Yu store manager, the store manager quickly come out and explain. In fact, Luo Yu had seen this video a long time ago, or she was asked by Xie Brinya one by one. Well, it's actually very simple. Yuan Shen is an open world, and many things can be done. For example, instead of choosing to pray for a lottery, you can directly abduct the ones in the game, and how much strength is in the abducted plot. Just how much strength, those who come to the lottery can only improve themselves. Ask for her flowers. And you can ask her to do many things with the kidnapped character, as long as she agrees. Luo Yu's words directly stunned the players. *0? Is there still such an operation? March 7th. That's great, I'm going to make a good relationship with Barbara and abduct the team to be a nanny. XIER, it's actually possible? That little guy Hook has really made some tricks. By the way, is it possible that gods can also be drawn into the team? Luo Yu, yes, as long as you have the strength, you can try. Xie got it. As soon as this group chat was sent out, it quickly attracted a large group of friends to watch. After many players knew about it, they called me Chow directly, and there was this kind of operation. It's great. This game has a high degree of freedom. The boss also said that you can do many things. Is it okay to get married and have children? Luo Yu, thinking too much, we are a serious game, at most we support hugs. Ah, that's also very satisfying. I'm so thankful that the boss is motivated. I'm going to find Timmy now. If I abduct this gentleman, I can keep killing pigeons. Helpless, the players in the group are really talented. Of course, it's all possible, any NPC has a good opinion depends on your strength. After another wave of players' enthusiasm for the game, Luo Yu also prepared for the Queen's arrival, and also showed off Devil May Cry during the game, killing Beowulf again to get his equipment, so that newcomers can understand that he is not just a boss rotten salted fish. After all, whenever this group of people are disdainful, the old players will say that you have doubts about the boss's skills and try it, and then those who are mine will stop talking, and obediently watch Luo Yu's strategy against the three-headed dog. The more you look at it, the more outrageous it becomes, and the more difficult it is to learn how to play it. At this time, Luo Yu has already completed the latest episode of Honkai, and the Queen has arrived. Game Master Internet Cafe Exchange Group Luo Yu, the latest version of Honkai III, Battle of Destiny will start tomorrow, and the animation short film Queen's Advent will be released in advance. Players in the upper zone and the space station couldn't sit still when they saw this news. Let's explore the front zone later. It's still the latest Honkai. Many old players subconsciously clicked in. The same is true for Brinya. Xie also played a bit these 2 days, because the online connection is too little. I simply watched the plot, and I was interested in watching it after accidentally discovering Brinya and Kakalaya, and I am also very interested in the next plot, looking forward to it, so click without hesitation. And Hook Lolita also went to see when everyone was watching. After all, she couldn't ask 3 questions about things that everyone else knew. Soon the number of onlookers approached 1,000, and people from almost 3 stores came. It's coming, I can't wait. The Queen has arrived. Looking forward to tomorrow's update. The short film trailer is basically just a brief look, but the information is crazy. The new form of Kiana seems to be pinching Mei, and her eyes seem to be controlled by Hairsker. A lot of titans attack, Rihuana's skirt spreads out, and Honkai descends to fight with the titans with a wave of her hand. But in the next moment, the sky is dark, Mei is kneeling on the burning earth, only that figure is high above, full of majesty. And the squinting eyes of the Queen who foretells at the end is creepy. Squinting at people, the version is really amazing. P.S. Next is the Queen's plot, I hope everyone will support it, the author will continue to update, if the grades are better, I will go full-time, please, everyone $80. Chapter 61. The players are all excited tonight. Among them, Hook Lolita was in a trance when she came out of the internet cafe after playing for 6 hours. She only felt that her mind was full of the joy of adventure in the game world. After all, 6 hours is 3 times the time and 18 hours is almost equal to 2 God. It's a good place, I want to take my little friends to play, Himeko was very excited. On the way to find his little friend, he met a cute girl with white hair and bare feet. "Clark, why are you here? Did you figure out how to join my mole party?" "No, it's just that I'm here to meet some amazing people." When Clara said this, it was actually just that Boss Swallow got the news, thought it was weird, and was about to take a look, but Clara came here on her own initiative. "An incredible big shot? It is true that you said that. The owner of the newly opened store is a very powerful person, but you should come tomorrow. I heard that many people in the store are looking forward to the new version tomorrow? It seems to be so. Anyway, it's worth looking forward to. So that's the case, then I'll come tomorrow. Thank you, little Hook, I'm leaving. Goodbye." And one day later, Luo Yu only felt that his power was getting more and more abundant. Zero Kikai, the power of the game star god under his own ability branch has grown stronger, and the power is estimated to have reached the level of the memory star god, and the distance from destruction there is still some distance. After all, it has only been less than a month, not to mention that the current fate is not just for fighting. And at the same time the upper zone. Today is not the third day. Brynja should have felt it in the lower city. This world can no longer be saved by manpower. What is needed is the power of the god's grass to completely change the world and regain its new life. It's time to find her. Kakalaya got up and left Fort Cripper. And on this day, the internet cafes in each store were almost full, and everyone came for the latest version of Battle of Destiny. After all, the Queen's last glimpse and the few words of the plot contain too much information, which is very worth looking forward to. Gzi may be the most impatient. She waited at the door early in the morning, and went into the store immediately to find a place to turn on the phone. Sure enough, the 7th chapter of the main line has been updated. It's called Raising the Sword of Rebellion to the Sky. The name is easy to understand and begins the plot. The result was arguably the opening lightning strike. 22 hours after Kiana was taken away, at the headquarters of Destiny. As soon as Gzi heard that damn familiar voice sounded. Continue to inject Hookai energy into the experimental cabin, such a small concentration will not wake her up. Accompanied by the sound, the picture came to the experimental cabin, where Kiana was soaking in it and fell asleep. At this time, Otto was looking at Gzi with a smug smile, like hi be in him. "Long time no see, welcome home, K423. Gzi, who was originally angry, shrank his pupils when he heard this sentence. This is the code name. It seems that Kiana is indeed one of Otto's experimental subjects. Gzi quickly confirmed. Other players were also watching, and soon the plot was full of barrage. "Xier, please show your blood. Esther, stop it BD. Do you know what you're doing?" But that doesn't stop the plot. As the concentration increased, the already active Siren gene gradually jumped, and the power of space occupied the whole body. The next moment, the eyes opened, and a sense of familiarity rushed over. It was the kind of eyes that the Queen squinted at people. There seems to be a black hole of space in the eyes, indifference to the world, and ruthlessness to everything. "Come back to me. My family members." An ethereal sound that does not belong to humans sounded, and Hersker's pupils radiated light. At the same time, in Siberia, on the wreckage of the second collapsed battlefield, the frozen dragon-shaped creature opened its eyes, only calling for the Queen, and Banarasbabaran woke up from the dust and broke out of the ice. "Oh? Are you here to protect your Queen? All the Valkyries are ready for first-level combat, ready to face the changes in the world." Otto's words are sometimes casual and sometimes deep, as if everything is under control, playing with the mentality of the world. March 7th, this guy Otto actually released the Hersker of the sky and still has this mentality. What confidence does he have? Esta, of course, I just don't understand why he did this, why the world will change. Is it good for him if the world is more chaotic? Why is he so proud? Gzi, maybe I want to use the Hersker to do something. At present, Otto looks like a heinous and bad thing, and it is impossible to see what his real thoughts are. Maybe only Otto himself, Walter Yang, and Luo Yu understood. Lao Yang looked at it and said that although he knew what this guy was going to do, he still subconsciously grasped the scepter, pushed his glasses and took another look at Gzi beside him. And Gzi is watching the plot seriously. And soon after the battle, Jitsi Wulyangta, the ace of the Far East branch, appeared on the stage with her Aurora ship Slasher. And as the Hookai beast fought, the black shadow covering the sky and the sun covered the Helios spacecraft. When Biber and Benares appeared, Jitzi's expression became more serious. At the beginning of the battle, the players were able to fight the Honkai beast, but they found it extremely difficult when they arrived at Benny Ralston. After all, GZ's big sword was too bulky, and many people couldn't use it after controlling GZI. They were just about to strike, but Babylong flew away. The player's mentality at that time was a little bit small, and he lived in Bungbu. However, no matter whether you win or lose this level, there will be a follow-up plot to save the player's life. Xingdi's Jitsi was struggling, and could die a little bit, but Sanyuki, ABD from the scenery party, was out of luck. Wow! You dragon is too hateful. Why do you keep flying around? This big sword is really heavy. It seems that you need a gun, or a bow and arrow. This girl insists on shooting you down to make a specimen. March Kikai's face was red. But just when she couldn't fight, the air support Valkyrie arrived, and after taking a look at it on March 7th, she immediately felt terrified, that Valkyrie was Fu Hua, and she was in the shape of a moon ring. No, Helios can't compete with that judgment-level Honkai beast, let me distract it. Speaking of which, the moon wheel has already opened the terrifying lunar eclipse form, the form that slaps Xylan, who just woke up and puts her into shock. Watching the cutscene on March 7th, she felt a little palpitated, touched her heart, and couldn't help complaining. Take it away? Squad leader Fu Hua, you are too polite. I'm afraid you old man can make this flying thing fly even higher if you just use your strength to open the sky. After Benares was led away, the battle became much easier, and anti-entropy also came to support. Dr. Einstein of anti-entropy said that no matter how much we pay, we must prevent the collapse from coming again. This sentence immediately won the favor of many players. Seele, it seems that anti-entropy still has people who understand, not just the extremist Kakalaya. This sentence can be said to be insincere, but Brynja didn't speak after hearing it, or she didn't know what to say. Among them, the blonde figure was paying homage to the tombstone for a few seconds, which seemed to be Ragnar. Wow! This sister's back is so beautiful. It's definitely an important role, but I don't know if it's Hui. The player's focus soon became distorted, and this blonde beauty from the back was none other than Yolandel, the strongest S-rank Valkyrie of Destiny. As Einstein said that Sleeping Beauty is waiting for us, there are 113 minutes before the collapse. On the other side, the cutscene recorded Fu Hua's battle. The 4th generation Valkyrie armor, Shadow Knight Moon Wheel, the restrictions are lifted. And with the appearance of the Honkai energy released by Benares, that is, the heart, Jaewa's expression became serious. The moment he raised his arm, 3 familiar stigmata appeared, Kang Xian, Dan Zhu, and Jilin, who could also be called Nuwa, Fuxi, and Ji Xianyuan. The 3 stigmata bless the grip of Taixu, the key of domination, plus Fu Hua's indomitable eyes. Leave those crystals to me to solve. March 7th, you are so handsome, squad leader, why didn't I think you are so powerful before, you are really hidden. Esta, shouldn't it be the stigmata on Fu Hua's arm that shocked me just now? Those are the 3 sets of Shenzhou stigmata just released. As soon as Esta finished the update, she found that the pool had also been updated, the moon wheel could be drawn, and 3 sets of Shenzhou-style stigmata were released directly. It can be said that even the wealthy woman Esta felt that her wallet was getting more and more insufficient. Haida, shouldn't the question be why the squad leader has these 3 sets of stigmata? It's impossible for a Chinese to get 3 sets of such high-level stigmata casually, right? Destiny has never researched many 5-star stigmata, let alone it is the stigmata of the people in Shenzhou 3000 years ago. GZI, it is indeed a big problem. It is too difficult to obtain the stigmata 2.1. There is only one possibility. It may be a family tradition, or it is inherited after the death of those people who knew each other. Many people are still subconsciously prepared to believe that it is a family tradition. After all, 1,000 years have passed. Luo Yu can only say that the brain hole is still small, and it is not too much to add a bosom after 5,000 years. And then Fu Hua uttered more and more lines in the 2nd class, but still easily smashed the crystal of Benares, and Benares fell directly from the air. Ah! My husband is so handsome. Am I the only one who wonders what the squad leader is holding? How beautiful! I'm afraid it's unusual. The role of squad leader has a lot of secrets that can't be guessed out, but it seems that he is still doing things for the Destiny. I don't know if it's good or bad. The girls are discussing that the plot is still going on, and Ni and Tianhe teamed up to occupy the 3rd airport soon. But when the progress was gratifying, Gzi was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the blood in his palm was so dazzling. Isn't time running out? The player's heart suddenly thumped, feeling bad. But Gzi of Xingdi sighed deeply. Chapter 62. Jitsi in Xingdi felt very early on that she might have been sent in another world, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. This game feels like it has just started and there are many things that haven't been said yet. The second collapse, all kinds of holy relics, God's key, pre-civilization, all kinds of hair skurs, and many people's secrets are just the tip of the iceberg. As a result, this world's self is about to exit. Gzi thought about taking a sneak peek at Walter Yang, and found that he was also looking at her. Yang pushed his glasses and continued playing the game. But unlike Jitsi's complicated mood, the players feel bad. March 7th, no way. Aunt Jitsi from another world, died early. Esta, it should be, but how could this be? The battle has just begun. Luo Yu is silent, because this game has changed, it is already a different game from before in Suiwen. The atmosphere of the war is already pervasive, the communication is frequent, and Mei also asks Himeko to help disarm the bomb in her heart. It is obvious that she is going to save Qiana without hesitating to use the power of Hairsker. And when Jitsi was talking to Anne might have said casually, "Why haven't you come out of the mecha cabin yet?" Gzi said that it is more comfortable here, with air conditioning, cushions and a small refrigerator. Hey, the more I look at it, the more I feel that teacher Jitsi is going to send it. Dan Hung, looks like there's no need to guess. It's all in disguise. The destruction of Honkai will not be spared. Someone has to sacrifice. Maybe this time it's Jitsi. I just don't know how it will end. Did he die in battle? Luo Yu really wanted to reply, but forget it, just go and see for yourself and feel it. And Tesla seems to feel it later. 28 It seems that you will not be able to make it this time to seek death. Gzi continued to play dumb. Oh, I don't understand what you're talking about. The players were speechless and didn't know what to say. Immediately afterwards, Fu Hua completed the task report, but Otto was not there, and Rita connected and cleaned it by the way, expressing that Mrs. Ullendal loves to be clean. And formally marked the information. Valkyrie Troop Blade of Immortality Vice Captain Rita Rossweiser. Oh, my wife is amazing. Vice Captain, good guy, you must be very strong, close to level 5. Maybe it's level 5. Where's Ura and Dale? Fu Hua's words are also the voices of many players. They all admire the strongest Valkyrie for a long time but have never seen anyone. The previous generation was the mother-in-law Cecilia, and the scene in Suiwen is still engraved in many people's minds. In Rita's mouth, the destiny gave Fu Hua the mission to keep the Far East branch calm. Fu Hua expressed his understanding and proposed that they would not hurt their lives. Esta, it seems that the squad leader is still reasonable, and thought he was just a spy in Saint Freya. March 7th, great, I don't want to fight with squad leader Fu Hua anymore, that kind of horror is too stressful. 11 Fu Hua and Gzi met, everyone seemed to know that it was not the real Qiana, but she still came. Fu Hua even said that she might go berserk at any time, and letting her freedom be a threat to human beings. Some of them, what's going on? What does it mean that Qiana is not the real Qiana? Haida, because she may be the experimental body K423 created by Otto, as to whether there is still Genqiana, it is not clear where. And the dialogue between Fu Hua and Gzi was also silent. Gzi, speaking high-sounding words and pushing innocent girls to death. Fu Hua, is this your justice? Fu Hua, sacrifice in order to fight against Honkai is unavoidable, untimely mercy will only lead to more dire consequences. Gzi, you don't understand what sacrifice is inevitable. What's really scary about Fu Hua is not how many lives the world has taken, but how many people have become accustomed to taking lives. Auntie Jitsi said it well, but what Jie Huachang said is also good. Esta, it's just that the positions are different, but whether she is Qiana or K423, she is the Valkyrie on my Hugh Bryan ship, and neither one is missing. Luo Yu was silent. Fu Hua understood too much, she had seen too much, even if she lost her memory, there was someone who had more knowledge and said that no matter how much it cost, human beings would definitely defeat Honkai. Later, Fu Hua protected Gzi and others as promised to prove that she didn't just say that people would like her more. And Mei has no hesitation in preparing to use the power of the inner hairsker. Could it be that the third hairsker is about to be released from this posture? The hairsker war? I like it. But without waiting for the girls to start a discussion, and without Mei looking for it, Qiana took the initiative to come to her. And hugged Mei in his arms in an instant. The defense system couldn't stop it at all. For a moment of panic, Mei saw that Qiana had relaxed but not completely relaxed, because Qiana felt very wrong in front of her. Qiana? Are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine, so fine, it's like being born again. Accompanied by ethereal and unhuman words, Qiana's pupils gradually turned into the pupils of the hairsker of the sky, the spear of the subkong behind her, the wings of the hairsker appeared, her clothes were changed, her long hair fluttered, and the sky lost its light and became get dim. I'm so glad to wake up with you next to me, now reunite as one, my half, conquer gem, ah. I thought Qiana had returned to normal or controlled hairsker, but it turned out to be for the gem in Mei's body. March 7th almost choked watching the plot. I thought it was a sweet plot, but hairsker Qiana loves Qiana just like hairsker Mei, but hairsker Sora doesn't seem to be like that. Half body? Could it be that the hairsker of the void once had the power to conquer gems? It turned out that it was for the sake of Basie's sister-in-law, so I was happy for nothing. What follows is a famous scene. At this time, Conquer Baobia felt threatened and came out to help Mei get out of danger. We came late, she has been controlled by Hukai, she is very dangerous now. Mei, no, because she is very dangerous now, I must not let her go. Another personality of the hairsker was persuaded. Well, since the enemy is the hairsker, let's use the power of the hairsker to deal with it. Hairsker's personality and the power of conquering gems are activated. Mei, Qiana, I will never abandon you, as if you never abandoned me. The players who talked about this scene were extremely excited. Well said, great. So what about the power of the third hairsker? Why is it still crimson? At most, it can be used casually, but what is the use of it? Players quickly experienced the feeling of dealing with the queen. Luo Yu will not lower the difficulty of key levels, and the queen is as strong as she is. Then it felt like a B-rank Valkyrie was dealing with hairsker. The hairsker of the sky evaded the space so much that he couldn't hit him. Instead, he was poked in the waist by the spear of the subkon that suddenly appeared by the hairsker of the sky, and he couldn't hit anyone even when he was flying a kite. It's disgusting, no surprise defeat. And then into the animated short the queen has arrived. Then the next second, Mei, who was still swearing, was grabbed by Lohuana's neck and lifted. Gzi, you have a lot of courage, Black Tower. Barrage fleeting Esther, that's very good, but she's only handsome for 3 seconds, and the speed of light sucks. Why does the third hairsker keep sucking? And they're all Qiana. Xier, use the power of the hairsker to defeat the hairsker. Why is there such a big gap between the hairsker and hairsker? Branya, don't talk about it, I'm autistic, this is basically cat and mouse, I was hanged and beaten the whole time, and the second hairsker didn't touch the corner of my clothes. March 7th, this is another plot kill that can't be beaten at all. The challenge is just to let us feel Mei's despair. After crazily complaining about 910, I just watched the plot silently. At the same time, a white-haired girl entered the shop in the lower city, and found that it was very lively, almost full of people, many of them were members of Daihuo, even Xieterhook and others are there. Hey? What are you all looking at? Clara entered the store just as the biggest screen in the store was playing a short film. Qiana grabbed Mei's neck, although she was deflated, but Mei was weak, her eyes flickered, and she was confused, but she still tried her best to reach out and touch Qiana's face. Qiana, wake up! At this moment, it seems that Qiana's consciousness has the upper hand, her eyes have returned to the pure sapphire blue, and even the eye sockets are crystal clear. It may be that Mei's rescue awakened the sinking Qiana and suppressed Sirin for a moment. The queen suddenly hugged her head in great pain, consciousness is fighting. Struggling. It was as if Qiana was yelling at Sirin not to hurt Mei. But maybe after Sirin understood Qiana's thoughts, she directly chose to ignore this factor that makes the container unstable, and she will not take action against Mei herself. But it doesn't matter if other things are taken. It can be seen that only a few seconds later, Sirin quickly suppressed Qiana's consciousness, and smiled crookedly, and soon the hairsker of the sky began to show her power. The imaginary space summoned the Honkai beast and directly knocked Mei into the air and rolled him around 3.5 times, the most famous scene of being deflated. Ah, this big sister is too miserable. Clara watched the video and felt that this scene was quite sad. Esta, I'm deflated again. Mei, when will you stand up? You are a hairsker. It's miserably capitalized, and the clothes are miserable. And just when the Honkai beast was about to kill Mei, the Titans descended, and the anti-entropy army came. Chapter 63. The anti-entropy Titan Mecha confronts the temple-level Honkai beast, and the mechanical violent attack can only be said to be outrageous, but it also shows the power of the anti-entropy Titan. After all, it was created by the Hairsker of Reason. Various anti-entropy mechas appeared soon, with a number of nearly 100 units, almost the majority of anti-entropy mechs. One after another, but in reality, how could the Titans compete with the Queen? The Queen just pressed down with both hands, and the Honkai energy fluctuations increased rapidly, and the Hairsker, or the most important skirt in the Honkai, appeared. The power of the Hairsker of the Void opens up the imaginary space, and the endless source of Honkai energy forms the Honkai army to struggle out of it. Behind the Queen, the black hole unfolds like 3,000 worlds forming a large net connected with each other, and the high heels make a crisp sound of tiles, stepping on the air step by step, as if ascending the throne. The background BGM female voice seems to be pouring out and singing. While raising his hand, he swung Fang Chu, and many struggling Honkai beasts came out as if they were servants under the Queen's palm, commanding thousands of troops and horses. This is the real Queen. March 7th, This is the real Hairsker, this momentum is amazing. Long live the Queen, never stop hearing. Esther, great is the Queen in the pool? I'll go straight to SSS. The barrage is reveling and excited, and the battle between the underground anti-entropy and the Honkai beast is extremely fierce. Almost every Titan has to face 4 or 5 temple-level Honkai beasts. But this is just a drop in the bucket. Several temple-level Honkai beasts fly out of the huge space net behind the Queen every second. At this time, the Queen looked at the scene of the battle below, and seemed to be finally willing to speak, and began to speak the following words with the momentum of the verdict before the trial. Human beings, your existence is wrong, war, deceit, jealousy, greed. You once made me lose everything, but today, I will devour everything, because I am Honkai. The ethereal and non-human voice delivered the final verdict, and the anti-entropy immediately took out all the long-range attack aircraft. In an instant, thousands of fireworks illuminate the sky, and the shells shine like cross stars one by one. While the Queen is the absolute protagonist among the fireworks, everything adds color to you. Wow! With so many robots, anti-entropy really paid the price. With so many robots attacking, can that person block it? Clara is very familiar with the attacks of robots. Such a dense attack may not be able to annihilate the mechanical settlements. Saturation attack, what a local tyrant, I have changed my view of anti-entropy. Seele just wanted to give a thumbs up. But it's useless, instead anti-entropy may go bankrupt. Seeing this kind of scene, Haida can only say it is ridiculous. The Hairsker of the space has mastered the space, and it is basically ineffective to use saturation strikes against the Hairsker who can have the power of space. Coupled with the situation of the forecast, it can only be said to be predictably ineffective. And the firepower that killed her was only faintly fluorescent in the powerful eyes of the Queen's Hairsker of Kong, and the Queen didn't even blink. Just a sneer, that smile looked underestimated. To use such a child's toy to deal with her, it's so naive and ridiculous, it's just the struggle of an ant. The Queen just raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Raven Island is gone. At that moment the whole world was quiet. The dense space in front of the Queen suddenly unfolded layer by layer, and the BGM suddenly rose, like an epic song. And those attacks all fell into the space accurately, without hurting the Queen at all, and the space disappeared, and the huge saturation blow also disappeared. All of a sudden, the bullet screen was full of shit. The power of this space is too strong, even long-range attacks can be absorbed by her through space. It's over, the anti-entropy pill is gone. The girls didn't have time to be surprised for a long time. The Queen smiled happily and looked at the space power in her hand. She grabbed it casually, and soon the anti-entropy scene appeared. The entire space just now came to the back of the anti-entropy mecha, and the next moment the Polaris-like light in the space lit up instantly, and the sky was full of sparks exploding in the anti-entropy mech. Use your attack to return the attack, hit the friendly army hard, and all the mechs of anti-entropy will be wiped out in an instant. This is the time when anti-entropy goes bankrupt. March 7th, handsome sister. This is the real Queen, the real Hairsker of the sky. Walter Yang withdrew from the live broadcast room. This soundtrack and this scene are so cool. I want to smoke the Queen, when will it be released? But the Queen was calm and just swayed her skirt, indifferently watching the scene of purgatory on earth below without moving. The next moment Bybelong flew out from behind, and a dragon's roar swept across the entire battlefield. After boosting the queen's momentum, she obediently lowered her head, letting the queen be on top of her head. The background music continues to be high, which makes people feel surging and shocking. On the ground, only the wounded May was left looking at the scene of purgatory on earth, and the strange figure standing above Benares in the air. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. This destructive power is even more destructive than what she did in Chongkong City. The queen gently stretched out her hand to feel the scorching heat in the air, seemingly satisfied. It's just that there seemed to be a blind cameraman who was taking pictures, and soon the camera got close and he was spotted. The queen gave him a squinting glance, and the picture ended in an instant. Photographer, dead. She looked at me, it's so scary. Clara felt that she saw something extraordinary. Although Mr. Swallow had similar things, this one was obviously more shocking. The feeling of suffocation was enhanced by Luo Yu. After all, it is impossible for Xingqian's creation to be ordinary. After watching the short film, I only feel that my strength has improved again. That is to experience the life of the game. Esta, the queen is so handsome, let's smoke it now. March 7th, let's not talk about it, for the sake of the queen, this girl has to take out the dirt, and it just happens to be a big guarantee. Xier, it's too powerful, the real hairsker of the sky, the real queen, there is no one else who feels oppressive. Branya, so the second Honkai is facing this one? It's really difficult, no wonder Siegfried and Cecilia almost sacrificed themselves to defeat it. While everyone was discussing excitedly, Luo Yu saw a cute girl with bare feet and white hair. Hi, are you the boss here? What are these? Clara asked very politely. Yes, this is for playing games, and you can experience the different world you see. Luo Yu was quite surprised to see Clara. She didn't expect this person to come so far away, and saw that the popularity of the shop had reached a certain level. Yes, is that so? That's great, give Clara 2 hours and try. Good. Clara, you are finally here, come to me quickly, I will teach you how to play. Hook also accidentally saw Clara. After all, Clara's clothes are too easy to distinguish. There are not many barefoot girls with white hair and red pupils. Soon the two play together. At this time, Esta was already drawing the queen live. Everyone, let's draw the queen today. I believe that everyone has watched the short video, so how about drawing a draw to watch the game? Asda said that she had already taken out a large bag of Xingqiang and quickly filled it to 64,800 crystals. Okay, everyone is optimistic, now there are more than 60,000 crystals, and the draw begins. The audience in the live broadcast room reacted excitedly. Miss Esta is really a rich woman, she is envious. More than 60,000 crystals, excuse me, I don't think I have accumulated so much in a year. Rich woman, take care of me. I'm afraid my sister isn't Fleming's own daughter. Yuan Shenbeng-san has to smoke new things, and it's all just a star destroyer. Everyone, don't get excited, this girl has just received her pocket money for this month, and it's time to draw. But Esta's words didn't help at all. And soon all the water was pumped out and it was not enough for the queen to graduate. Esta felt that she should be charging 80,000. The audience in the live broadcast room was paralyzed. Missy, let's try it first, don't draw too much, we will be numb. Yet, let's see what effect you use and whether it has been weakened too much. This is already common sense, after all, it is impossible to judge one's own playing ability based on the plot, it depends on how much one keeps. Esta was also very excited, so she hurried to try it out, and now she has reached the Red Lotus Abyss, where she used to be unable to fight. And this time, after Esther tried it, she was able to command the spear of the Archon to attack from a long distance with both hands, and it could cause the space to collapse, and it could gather monsters, and even dodge it through the phase shuttle to directly let the space biological prohibition status. Looking at the monsters fighting from afar with ease, those Red Lotus Abyss monsters are almost vulnerable. We can only talk about the characteristics of Honkai. When a new character is released, the deed character exclusive weather will be open to let the players who are drawn enjoy it for a while, and experience the thrill of Krypton Gold becoming stronger. Xier, it's so handsome, it's a big move, quickly release the big move, I want to see it, I want to see it. I don't have money to smoke, so I have to watch it for fun. Seeing the enthusiastic request, Esta did not refuse, and it happened to be SP125. Open up directly, and the virtual world descends. Now is the time for judgment. The queen's indifferent and ethereal voice came, her hands spread out her power, her back seemed to grow wings, and a pair of space formed a large net, and in the next moment countless subspace spears flew out, carrying out carpet bombing. All monsters were blown up ashes and the ones left were also locked in the air for 3 seconds before they could fall. March 7th, wow! It's great, but unfortunately the wallet does not allow it, leaving tears of poverty. Players only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred, but the voice of the bridge is even more exciting. Be my servant, and I will let you live until the end of the world. Quickly get off the line and rest, human beings, I will not treat my subordinates harshly. Wow! Queen, I want to be your dog. Abba, your servant. I didn't expect the queen to be better than my real boss. What kind of suffering is this? Chapter 64. Many players are envious of drawing a queen, and Luo Yu very considerately turned the abyss boss of this issue into a queen. Immediately, the players wailed, saying that the boss is not human. Luo Yu is very calm about this. The abyss is deep, everyone must be very motivated, and they will try their best to surpass their previous selves. Everyone is watching the plot and being beaten by the queen. After understanding the strength of the hairsker of the sky, they will be more curious about the hairsfisher of the sky that collapsed for the second time. What happened to the second collapse? Luo Yu has kindly released a new manga called The Second Honkai. And those players who have just finished reading the plot and are still unsatisfied are curious to read the new manga. After seeing the second crash, the players are immediately excited. March 7th, finally there is a second Honkai plot. I want to take a good look. GZI wanted to understand the plot the most, and withdrew from the increasingly rolling abyss. I can't fight anymore, when will my form produce a more powerful one? Jitsi naturally used Wuo Yang to Jitsi, but in the early stage, Wuo Yang to Jitsi didn't have any powerful characters, and most of them were blood dance launchers. When it is sent out, it is cut to the background. With the mood, I went to watch the plot. After the lottery draw was over, Esta followed suit after seeing the comics, and the players' eyes were diverted for a while. The comic begins at midnight on February 1, 2000, in Babylonia, Siberia. At the beginning of the comic, there was a lightning strike at the opening, and the white ghost-like figure chased and killed the researchers here. Overnight, all 322 researchers disappeared, and the surveillance cameras did not capture anything, only white light. Bishop Otto thoroughly investigated the matter. Thus began the prelude to the 663rd second collapse. March 7th, wow, what is this white light? It looks a bit scary. Haida, do you still need to guess? It must be the ghost of the hairsker. At this time, there was a cute white-haired girl in her arms, who was wearing a Chinese costume at Destiny No. 1 airport on February 2nd. Wow! Teresa is so beautiful. Agree, father-in-law is taking pictures of Kiana. Teresa, little Kiana is so cute. Now I can understand why Teresa Swaywen has that expression on her face. She obviously hugged Kiana before the expedition. It must be clear. I can't blame Teresa for this. Mother-in-law is better, okay? This V-shaped dress, this scale, I'm so envious of Siegfried. The whole family and Teresa can be said to be reunion and very warm. Originally, the players were still amazed in various ways, but when Teresa expressed the hope that this peaceful day could last for a while, the smiles of the players gradually disappeared. XIER, Tisk, needless to say, this comic definitely has a knife. Branya, if you feel that you can't bear it, you can quit, and I will tell you after reading it. What words? Isn't it just comics, what can there be? Sieter snorted and continued to read. And God is just kidding. Just as Teresa finished speaking, Otto's mission came on the back foot. Seeing these plots, Lao Yang said that what should come has finally come, and he also appeared on the stage, and he had his own share in the second Honkai. The players also saw that there seemed to be an extra man in anti-entropy, and that man said that he was ready to negotiate, and she who failed to negotiate might be Hairsker. So who is this man, Zib? So high in the anti-entropy position. When the other players were puzzled, the trio of Star Express, including Ji Ziki, looked at Walter Yang in the corner. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yang also appeared in another world. What a surprise, he looks quite young in it. March Chi didn't seem to notice anything, just thought he saw another Uncle Yang sighing. Only GZI paid more attention to the silent Walter Yang in the corner. This must be him, the former Yang, just to see what kind of person he is. Gzi thought to himself. And as the plot began, the plot was similar to the reunion with Shui Yuan at the beginning, and Teresa came to the Babylon laboratory alone after looking at the mission situation. Prepare to settle everything here before Cecilia dispatches. And here I also met Patrick, the A-level Valkyrie of the Ministry of Intelligence, and Highsmith, former member of the Snow Wolf team. Teresa communicated with the Valkyrie of the Ministry of Intelligence, and after clearing the level, the Valkyrie soon found some clues, which seemed to be the voice of a human girl. The researchers who disappeared overnight, the white ghosts, the white light in the surveillance, and the voice of the human girl in the dead Babylonian laboratory, the remnants of the Honkai energy made many players feel that this is not the atmosphere of a horror game. At this time, the comic also talked about the commando team of the Snow Wolf Squad. It was established in 1996, with 6 core members. At that time, Destiny only had 6 A-level Valkyries, and 5 of them joined here. Their badges are all wolf head symbols. And with the battle many Valkyries have become history. But 5 of the legends are all battle-hardened Valkyries. They are Genius, Highsmith, Chang Lixu the Frost Swordsman, Salome the Washer, Shabu, the Heir of Chaos, and Kiluo the Rain at the Floating Sun Prominence. Some of the names, even Luo Yu, were very moved when they heard it. Perhaps the most famous ones are Chang Lixu and Shi Yukiluo. Players only know Kiluo Shiu, after all, she is a commoner 4-star stigmata. And the one who led this team was the Destiny's only level Valkyrie Cecilia. XIER, wow! I heard that this team was very invincible at that time. The Hairskers will kill the lower ones, and the upper ones will be exchanged for one. What a strong team! But why did they disband in the end? Was it because Cecilia died in battle? Jitsi speculated, but in fact it was only because Cecilia was pregnant in 1998, and there was even a section of official complaints. The scary thing was not the Hairsker, this Siegfried man was the biggest enemy of the Valkyries of the Snow Wolf team. Black Tower, Himeko. Eat. The women were speechless, and this reason was indeed irrefutable. And the comics continue. Teresa and Genius quickly found the ghost based on the sound. When March 7th was a little scared, it turned out to be a child. And after asking, I learned that these children were injected with Honkai energy by the experimental body. Esta, this, it really is Otto, who started experimenting at such a young age. Damn it. Bleeding kitchen knife, in this way, even if Kiyuna is a test subject, I wouldn't be surprised. After all, she is the blood descendant of Cecilia and Siegfried, and her strength and genes are absolutely top-notch. The Black Tower analyzed that if there was such a child, he would definitely study it carefully. It would be strange if Otto didn't study it. And Teresa's words are just beautiful words in the ears of the protagonist Sirin, who will soon appear. The main character appeared. This figure is very similar to that white ghost. As soon as the March 7th message was sent out, I saw this child come to the Honkai furnace in the middle of the night and said that he had run out of strength and needed to replenish some to become stronger. Dan Hung, it seems that this is the predecessor of our Hairsker of the Sky, an underage girl, unbelievable. Gzi, this pupil is very close to our current Hairsker of the Sky, they are all pupils of Hairsker. The following plot made the girls silent. Because even if she was discovered, Sirin remained calm, and even laughed out loud that she could finally avenge the Valkyrie. Orphans like myself were treated as experimental subjects by Destiny to create stigmata on Valkyrie's body. It should be an honor to sacrifice for this kind of thing. To your glory, I am not a victim, use my strength today to prove that I am stronger than the Valkyrie. March 7th, it's over, this A-rank Valkyrie is gone. Gzi, oh, sure enough, there must be something pitiful about a hateful person. I don't know how to evaluate Sirin's resistance, but I only know that she is still a child and an orphan. Give your life. March 7th, well said, Aunt Jitsi, I give you a thumbs up. XIER, I feel the same way, maybe I have changed my view of that guy, because I am also an orphan, if it weren't for the head, I don't know if there is someone like me. Branya, it seems that I am also an orphan. If it weren't for the care of Kokolai's mother when I was a child, maybe I would go to extremes because of lack of love. The women's impression of Sirin changed, but they pitted the A-level Valkyrie Smith, and finally found that she had only a small amount of blood and weapons left. And Otto sent Siegfried after realizing that A-level couldn't solve it. The following newspapers and periodicals are about the setting, where people learned about the time and place of the first collapse in 1953, and gave birth to the behemoth of the Back Flame organization. The existence of the Hairsker, What does the appearance of the hairsker have to do with anti-entropy? Is there a possibility that hairsker joined or helped anti-entropy? Walter Yang didn't speak, and seemed to be lost in memory. And it was the destinies experiment that allowed thousands of children to experiment and consume, forging cause and effect with their own hands, and the second Honkai destroyer, hairsker Sirin, was born. This is the reason of destiny, that man himself caused all this to happen. 1. I didn't expect that the female warrior's holy mark came like this, so is ours. On March 7th, I came to ask the boss. At Luo Yu store manager, boss, are our stigmata also made by experimental subjects? The girls were silent, and they were also very curious about this question. Luo Yu probably understood what these people were thinking and felt speechless. You are using the stigmata that the heroes have inherited from you, and they have been promoted by the Lord Star God, and you have stronger power, so please use them with confidence. This remark reassured the players. Chapter 65. Luo Yu can understand, but it is basically impossible for the 5-star stigmata to be made by experiment, even if the effect is not as good as the 4-star full. And the girls in the next plot were even more surprised. That genius Smith turned out to be an anti-entropy person, and the identity of that man was also revealed. Anti-entropy leader. This man is actually the leader of anti-entropy. It's really unexpected. What kind of power does he have? The other girls who had never met Walter Yang were discussing, but everyone on the Seeing Dome train glanced at Uncle Yang in the corner again. I didn't expect Uncle Yang to be the leader of anti-entropy, no wonder anti-entropy is so powerful that he can compete with destiny. March 7 was amazed. Dan Hung, it seems that Mr. Walter knows a lot, but he may not want to mention it. The train crew didn't force it, but they understood the potential and aptitude of the people on that planet better. Uncle Yang is so powerful. Doesn't it mean that every hairsker has a talent comparable to or even surpassed that of Uncle Yang? At this time, Sirin, who won, swelled up, saying that none of the Valkyrie was her opponent, and absorbed more energy to kill all hypocritical adults. When 500 Honkai beasts attacked, Siegfried and the other 2 Salome and Shabu Nicholas of the Snow Wolf team came together. It can only be said that in the face of the Honkai A-level Valkyrie demeanor was fully displayed and their abilities were introduced. Wow! The 2 sisters are elegant and domineering. As expected, the members of the Snow Wolf squad are all talented. Luo Yu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and said that these characters are almost talented, but it is still a bit early to deal with hairsker. And when they were fighting to kill monsters, Walter Yang directly wiped out hundreds of Honkai beasts instantly with the black hole. Siegfried looked at the man with such terrifying power. I am the anti-entropy leader, Walter Yang. If he might have hesitated before, whether this is Uncle Yang, after all, he is still a bit young, and now he can be sure that it is Walter Yang. And more exciting news came from Salome. It's the first hairsker, you must inform Lord Otto immediately. The girls were stunned for a moment. This, the anti-entropy leader is actually the first hairsker. Seele and Brynja both found it unbelievable. Uncle Yang is actually the #1 hairsker? And this ability doesn't seem to be much different from Uncle Yang's, could it be? March 7 felt that he had thought of the truth. That's right, your Uncle Yang is from this world, so you can see that he basically doesn't watch the plot, he just plays games. GZI already knew the truth, and in fact there was no need to hide it at this time. The first hairsker? It's unbelievable that the first hairsker is like this now. I just don't know what the ability is. Is it like a black hole? Haida was very curious. Speaking of which, the man on the train was called Walter, so he couldn't be alone. After some conversation, Walter Young and Siegfried reached a deal. On the other side, the sky was filled with white clouds, and a cute boy with blonde hair and a little girl with white hair were chasing and playing. Karen, give me the plane. Catch me if you want. The audience, who were wondering what this was, were stunned. Otto watched the scene silently, not knowing what expression to make, and was told that there was urgent information just as he was about to reach out his hand. Understand that the blonde boy is Otto, and the other is Colin. March 7, Otto is still remembering Karen, how much he loves that woman. Esta, but it's a pity, Karen is already Yae Sakura's. Silva, Karen seems to be dead too. Otherwise, Otto will definitely have Colin by his side. I'm curious what will happen to Colin Yae village. Sierra, I feel like I want to clean up the rhythm, and I can't let him succeed. The players were discussing, and when Otto heard the first hairsker Walter, he subconsciously recalled the friendship-breaking face fist in 1955. Uncle Yang expressed that he was emotionally stable, but he still cared very much about the person who gave him the name of Walter. In 1955, Otto still remembers it so clearly after so many years. It seems that he played well at that time. It seems that Otto must have done something that caused the first Hersker to punch him, and anti-entropy was established soon. Haida felt that he had guessed something. After seeing that it was Walter Yang, Otto said that this was not the one who beat him up, but that his ability was like the ninth god's key, the Star of Eden. Otto felt that there was another chess piece that could be used, and looked at his soul steel body, indicating that the first Hersker could also step on it. March 7, there is such a technology, is that how Otto survived? Black Tower, this kind of technology is not uncommon, but it is very rare in the level of civilization in the collapsed world. I didn't expect Otto to have this kind of technology. It seems that he has a lot of cards. And the following is the introduction of the predecessor branch of anti-entropy, where many top scientists gathered, once led the advancement of Tianming technology, and later dealt with the differences in the concept of Honkai, and finally raised the flag of rebellion and fought against each other. And Xylan felt very tired after teleporting 17 kilometers at a time, and she had a will to guide her to a place, and saw her mother's body covered in a white cloth. And the sound of collapse sounded. Only by tearing open the heart of a human can one become a true Hersker. On the other side, Destiny anti-entropy cooperated to fight. Teresa brought her Judas over, and said that Judas' attack distance was only 100 meters. But Ayn said that when she searched the ancient ruins, she found that Judas' oath, the holy judgment of heaven and fire are all God's keys made in ancient times, and Judas has a fourth usage. Here Luo Yu couldn't help complaining, there are dozens of ways to use Judas, okay? And An's current activation is to track and find enemies. Tisk, with this ability, it seems that Otto didn't tell Teresa how to use it at all. I feel that Teresa will only unfold it, or just smash it. Otto probably doesn't want Teresa to become too difficult to control. The God's Key seems to have a rated power, and its strength is comparable to that of the Hersker. The Black Tower speaks the truth directly. On the other side, Sirin quickly transformed into the mentality of a Hersker under the words of Hukai. The human side was almost suppressed and sealed, and her eyes became aggressive. The rest of this chapter also roughly explains why anti-entropy betrayed Otto. The main reason is Otto's thought of destroying if he can't get it, persecuting Walter, and preparing to go out to punish him personally. As a result, because of his arrogance, ego, and a straight man who despises other people's lives, his good friends finally lead to friendship-breaking face fists, and the inverse entropy rebels directly. And the last place means that not only is Otto not suitable for dealing with girls, but he can't even deal with boys. This ending is rough. It directly silenced the audience who saw this. Yin. Tisk, this guy Otto is really good. He didn't seize a single good opportunity, unlike me who directly took the initiative. Sieter clicked her tongue, and when she tilted her head, she found that Brynja was looking at her with unhappy eyes. Is there a problem? Don't have this expression, don't you despise me? Brynja's expression became more complicated, but Sieter was very happy. In the plot, following Teresa's tracking, Sirin's place was quickly found, but Teresa was arrested before she was about to enter. Teresa, who was terrified, saw the tragic memory of Sirin the first time. Sirin was injected with Honkai and was in pain in the cell, while the man in black outside was ruthlessly speaking in different words. Is this experimental subject not working anymore? It's really useless. It may be that these words made the unyielding or proud Sirin arouse the will to live and survived. But those friends who were with Sirin were all buried in the woods. Teresa wanted to comfort her, but it was too late. Sirin had already torn apart her human side and became a Hersker, which was useless at all. However, Sirin is a person who rejects hypocrisy, but those who are sincere to her will consider letting her live until the end of the world and become a servant. At this time, Sirin was still very innocent, and even picked up Judas to play with, but Teresa understood that Judas can be used in many ways after Ain's reminder, so she directly summoned and prepared to continue to attack Sirin. This betrayal made Sirin very sad. Angry, the space shuttle of the Subkong spear directly hit Teresa, and the physical defense could not block the space at all. But the next moment Walter Yang directly tore open the imaginary space, the first and second Hersker looked back at each other. Human Hersker versus Honkai Hersker. The picture is very handsome. Wow, the two lawyers have met, but unfortunately I don't know how to help. March 7th felt very distressed. After all, Xylan was really pitiful, but Uncle Yang had to support him. Unless they went to fight Otto together, then March 7th would not have such troubles. And Sirin is wondering, a hairsker like me? But at this moment, the Honkai god is paying attention to this very potential child, and understands the situation of Walter Yang. The first hairsker is just a hairsker who betrayed the gods, and the one in front of him is still an imitation of a traitor. Goods also have the nerve to call the lawyer. This sentence is very informative. It seems that Yang is not born a hairsker, it seems to be an inheritance. Gz, I had a guess. But there is no need to guess, the following comics are drawn directly. When he was a child, Yang was crying for Walter, the hero who tried his best to create a shield to protect the city from death. But Walter knew that life was short. Walter, it's a great name, then take my name and inherit my power and the mission of protecting this world, please Walter. Feeling the loss of Walter's life, Yang couldn't cry, but he knew that he couldn't cry anymore. He took over the core of the hairsker from the hero in his heart, inherited the name of Walter, and fought to protect the world in the name of the world. In the name of the world. This past incident made the players who saw it feel complicated, and of course the most complicated thing is everyone on the train. Chapter 66. Uncle Yang didn't expect to have such a past, that's how Walter's name came about. March Chi felt that he had discovered Uncle Yang's big secret, but soon thought of himself again. I can think of myself anytime. Gzi, that's how it turned out. It seems that Yang knew the plot, and originally wanted to ask him about the specific situation in my world, but now it doesn't seem necessary. You can also find it here. In the comics, the two hairskers have already started fighting. In a battle, the hairsker of the sky has the upper hand for the time being. This guy Otto just caught up and was watching the awakening of the second hairsker. The back of the manga also explains why the fellow hairsker Walter cannot control the Honkai beast, because she betrayed the Honkai, while Sirin is a hairsker recognized by the god and possesses the complete power of the Honkai hairsker. When the Honkai hairsker is born, the Honkai energy will increase sharply, and the Honkai beast will grow, and it is extremely loyal to the hairsker who governs itself. Even if two hairskers appear at the same time, they cannot interfere with each other's Honkai beast. The battle continued, and Walter summoned the mecha to use the same moves as the Queen's Advent against Sirin. How do you use this trick? Nanwang can easily move the item and use your attack to attack yourself. Seeing this trick on March 7th, he felt like Walter took pills. But in fact, this is not the case. The current XI477 Lin has too little combat experience. She has just become a hairsker and she was just an orphan girl before. Sirin was forcibly blocked by space. But the ability of the first hairsker was soon displayed in front of everyone. How did you create the mecha? Sirin was puzzled. Have you finally discovered the ability of the first hairsker? As long as I understand the principle of its structure, I can create a weapon with Honkai. As long as I am alive, this army will not fall. Yang created all the high-tech weapons, aircraft carriers, ghost bombers, road-based ballistic missiles, etc., which are the civilizations created by humans. I, Walter, challenge you on behalf of humanity. Female, wow. Haida, the first hairsker has this kind of ability. It's so interesting. I really want to get his hairsker core. With this, I should be able to create what I understand anytime and anywhere. This is almost the key to creating everything capable. Understanding can create, so it seems that I have nothing to do with it. Are there simple and crude ones, such as controlling life and death? I like the black abyss and white flowers. After hearing this, Sieter shook her head, thinking that she should change. But in the crowd, Brynja felt her eyes light up. Understanding can create, as long as the energy is enough. Isn't it a person is an army? If I have such a power test, then there are no more pair ghost monsters coming. The heir to the great guardian should have such a powerful force. Brynja's eyes were full of light. The secretly Walter Yang saw this scene and felt that he should train and train, at least Brynja's scientific and technological knowledge should be understood in more detail. But the battle continues, and the hairsker of the sky is also very strong. Sirin is the type who learns quickly. After quickly understanding the threat, she directly transfers Walter's attack, but Walter is only delaying, and soon the silver bullet launching a weapon with great lethality against the hairsker. It was difficult for Sirin to transfer space, and in the end she used the earth as a shield to recover her life. And Yang would not be merciful, and directly exhausted his last strength to use the pseudo-black hole to suck Xylan in. Is that the end? Some people have doubts, but there are always accidents at such critical times. With a sudden punch, Walter Yang's quasi-black hole was destroyed, and he said that in his plan, Siren's full awakening was a necessary part. After speaking, he was ready to deal with Yang's life. This is almost the reason why Walter has never forgiven Otto for so many years. He deserves to die, but for Colin, his death and helping to break the Hersker who can't be beaten by the Valkyrie is atonement. Otto is really damn, he only has his intrigues in his heart, and he doesn't care about others. Esther hates Otto very much at the moment, and only wants to see Otto being carried away to make everyone happy. In the end, Otto failed and was interrupted by Siegfried. On the other side, Benares flew out of the atmosphere with Siren. The mandate of heaven outside the atmosphere has no effective means of attack, and Siren heard a voice on Benares back in a daze. My child, if you want real power, come to me. Siren came to the moon. And the next chapter is the story of Siegfried meeting his mother-in-law, running away from home and encountering the friction between anti-entropy and destiny. Walter was looking for Destiny's so-called Hersker killer, but that person was actually Cecilia. Siegfried had just defeated the nearby Honkai beast, and the beauty fell into his arms. I'm super, what kind of shit luck is this? I don't accept it. What a nuisance, even if others don't want to be rich brothers, they can still meet such a good wife as mother-in-law. Another day of envying Siegfried. Siegfried probably saved the galaxy in his previous life. And Walter Yang also discovered Cecilia's secret and planned to catch her. And behind it is Siegfried and Cecilia's candy. Cecilia is ignorant of the world, almost a blank sheet of paper, with an angelic appearance and a gentle heart. The only thing is that Cecilia is too strong, and Siegfried can't fight back in many games. Ah! The more I look at it, the more envious I become. What's the matter with you, old thief Siegfried? Mother-in-law is so cute, I would give my life for her. GZI, an enviable feeling. March 7, eat lemon seal, Brynja, turn your head. As soon as Brynja turned her head, she felt that she was facing Sieter's face to face. Seele wiped her mouth. Meeting you was the luckiest thing that happened to me that day, so no one can take you away, understand? Brynja. And Siegfried's change is precisely because of Cecilia. Love makes a person change. Siegfried changed from a prodigal son to a qualified Kislana family warrior in 2 years, and 2 years did not dilute Cecilia Siegfried's feelings, but miss him more and more. Just like this, the moment when the two met together was the happiest moment for Cecilia, and she took the initiative to throw herself into Siegfried's arms. My brain is down. May I ask how to find a wife like Cecilia in reality? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Dreams have everything, don't think too much. I'm heartbroken, The players wailed, feeling their stomachs were bloated and sour. And Otto is also willing to let the two be together after Siegfried passes the test. After all, will the combination of Kislana and Cecilia's strong blood produce a more powerful Hersker killer? March 7, it turned out that Otto facilitated it. It is a rare good thing, but the purpose is still research. Damn it. GZI, some scholars are like this, there are a lot of paranoia. Haida, I agree, such as the gangsters of the talent club. And Luo Yu thought about the resume of the two's own daughter, Yolandel, and felt sure that she was simply the daughter of Destiny, her own daughter. The players don't know, they just think that Kiana thinks it's okay, because they are very surprised that it is impossible for these two to give birth to the Hersker's daughter, and Kiana's combat power without the Hersker can only be called a genius, but it is currently incomparable Cecilia. And Otto closed his eyes and thought about it. When it comes to Kislana, it is first of all the figure of Karen who regrets his whole life. That's right, that good Otto died with her long ago. This sentence is true, so Otto is very clear about what he is doing, but at present others do not know his purpose, he is playing a big game of chess. Esther, I died with Karen, I didn't expect this guy to be a big lover, I really want to know what happened at that time, what made Otto become what he is now. As far as Otto's emotional intelligence is concerned, it's hard to say what he can do. All the girls complained that all this was just Siegfried's dream, he dreamed of his happiest time, but the reality was cold. Those who have seen the reunion in Swaywen are all silent. Cecilia is bound to die, and dreaming about it now will only make the subsequent tragic comparison even more painful. And on the moon Siren saw God, the Honkai god provides a lot of information here. 50,000 years ago, in order to get rid of filth and civilization, Honkai reappeared, but human beings have possessed the ability to kill the apostles of gods again and again. Among them, Dr. May contributed a lot, but in the end the pre-civilization still failed. And God's power has sealed part of the moon. As long as Sirin eliminates human beings, she can gain power. And here God gave Sirin the power of 4 gems. Conquer the thunder and lightning, ride the storm longing, silent death, plague of immortal fire. At this moment, Sirin and herself have reached the ability of 5 hair skurs, which is unprecedentedly powerful. With a wave of her hand, 4.4 is a meteorite falling and flying to the earth, causing a city to be almost destroyed. All the girls were shocked. Originally, the hairsker of the sky is complete, but now I am adding the power of 4 hairsker gems. Can this still be dealt with by humans? Little Sanyu felt frightened. Haida, so, Sirin shouldn't be talking about my half-body to May, but should be 1/5 of my body. The hairsker of the 5 cores and space, how do you fight? Hit with the head. Seele felt that this was outrageous. I want to know who defeated Sirin. The second collapse is over, so humans will win, so I want to know how to win. You should ask Uncle Yang, or continue reading. Xingmei continued to read. Although Clara and Hook haven't finished the game, reading it doesn't affect their reading of comics. Luo Yu is calm. After all, Xylan is a complete 6-core, but in 2000, there are many cards in the destiny, such as Fuhua Shangxian, although at that time the Shangxian was very weak, but it was still possible to play puffer fish. Chapter 67. 4 meteorites fell from the sky, causing tens of millions of casualties around the world. The news was reporting, people were watching in panic, and the little girl in the arms of her mother was frightened and cried. Otto, on the other hand, stood still, and this inaction made Siegfried very angry. And the silver bullets fired at the moon by anti-entropy don't work at all. Walter Yang speculated that the second hairsker might have gained some new power. Before, she was just a little girl with brute strength, but now she has begun to learn how to use her power. Correct, pertinent, and to the point evaluation. Uncle Yang's intuition is quite accurate. You say yes, Uncle Yang. March 7 looked at Walter Yang in the corner and said with interest. Hey, don't make fun of me, it's all in the past tense, I don't want to remember. Yang shook his head, not wanting to mention this matter. At the same time, on the moon, Benares flew down, but when the audience watched calmly, his body suddenly shrank and turned into a beautiful girl. The players subconsciously wiped their eyes and thought they were delusional. My lady queen, I have followed your order and stopped those human weapons with an electromagnetic pulse. Well done, Bella. March 7, Benares turned into a dragon girl. O_O. Esta, and it's so good looking, I really want it. Boss, can I smoke this? Wow 28. This facial expression is good looking, loyal to the queen, so attractive to me. It can only be said that appearance is justice, and he was still shouting at Bybelong, but the next moment the wind turned directly, and the 3 views followed the 5 senses. And Sirin even issued an ultimatum to the first hairsker. First hairsker, come to the moon to meet me. If you don't come, I will send 4 meteorites to the earth every 72 hours. Don't make me wait too long, I have no patience. March 7, my god. Sirin's allegiance has been completely broken, who can stop her? Xier, I don't know, but there must be someone who can. After all, it's a victory. But Yang had to make a choice, so he found Otto and reached an unknown deal. The person Yang chose was Siegfried, and when he landed on the moon, he met another father-in-law, Raiden Ryoma, a very tough and handsome uncle. And the vehicle that landed on the moon turned out to be the robot Arahato in the animation. Siegfried was very excited. He never thought that his favorite robot when he was young was actually built successfully. Siegfried also broke out in the 2nd grade and said tyrant in the sky. Witness how the stars are smashed. Seeing this scene, Yang seemed to think of that person, but quickly returned to reality, expressing that he should act quickly so as not to delay the plan. And Gzi saw something that made her feel interesting next. When Walter was about to risk his life to land on the moon, Dr. Lobster, who had always been wrong, seemed to finally be unable to bear it. Do you remember when you were a child and said that you would dance with me when you grow up? Yang turned his head, and the person who had grown up since he was a child was a little on the verge of tears but still smiled. To achieve this step is already the limit of Dr. Lobster, but the relationship has become closer. It seems to be the case, no wonder Yang's expression was that way when he saw Tesla's stigmata for the first time. On the other side, Siegfried left after taking a last look at Kiana and Cecilia, and finally embarked on a journey to the moon after saying goodbye. And Bella has been waiting for a long time, and brought Yang to Xi. At this time, Sirin felt very swollen, and her back spread out like the wings of an archangel. And Yang is not afraid, just try his best to buy time for Siegfried. At the end of the battle, Tesla's plan to detonate the Herrsker's core was almost executed. Probably imitating the process of star collapse, Herrsker's core collapse can be compressed to the extreme, entering a state of fusion, and the core can transform into pure collapse, which can explode and turn everything into dust. And doing so with Tesla's words in his memory. Get out of here, I hate those of you who don't cherish your own life the most. But this kind of method is useless to Sirin at present. Instead, she was counter-killed by Sirin and got the core of the Herrsker of Reason. In this way, Sirin has 6 cores, which is the pinnacle moment of her life. The audience who watched the comics were stunned. March 7th, it's over, Uncle Yang has failed, Xylan has gained the power of the Herrsker of Reason, how can I fight the 6-core Herrsker? Brynja, although Sirin failed in the end, I wonder who else in the current Sirin can stop her? I can't think of a character in the current plot. XIER, from this point of view, the plot of the reunion in the snowfield is simply far from the truth, it is too different from the real situation. Haida, indeed, I seriously misunderstood my judgment, which surprised me. Clara, Sylian is so scary now, who can stop her from going nowhere? Gzi was silent, watching the plot quietly, since Yang was still alive anyway, she was looking forward to what would happen next. At the time of Sirin's revenge, Bella went to the Babylon laboratory, and Sirin directly split out 3 gems and made false Herrskers to destroy them. Sirin was very satisfied and asked Bella to guard the Babylon laboratory before leaving. It's your lady queen, even if Bella sacrifices her life, I will guard this place for you. Bella always did her job. The players seem to recall that in the plot, Benares was almost here when the Siberian snowfield was frozen. Death flag, this is it. Hey, he must have died. The women sighed and thought of the ending on the other side. Cheng Lixu, the strongest A-level Valkyrie of Destiny, arrives. On the other side, Cecilia touches Kiana for the last time and is informed to prepare for battle. A final battle is about to begin. And Otto seems to be thinking about the 3 Herrskers, especially the Herrsker of Death, and is very concerned about whether it is true. But at this moment a figure walked in and Otto cheered up his spirit. Yu Duchan's feathers floated in the air, but the familiar figure that arrived made the pupils of the female players shrink. Old friend, you are finally here, so my battle plan is complete. And this makes Otto feel extremely at ease. The biggest hole card that can deal with the 6-core Xylan is actually Fu Hua. Ah, this. Squad leader Fu Hua? Why is she here? March 7 was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth from ear to ear. This attire, the squad leader is full of aloofness. You are worthy of being my male god. Miss Esta felt that Fu Hua's clothing was quite good at this time, and she had a very reassuring temperament. Black Tower, how can Otto be called the most important part of the plan? I'm curious what kind of ability Fu Hua has. Haida felt that the big drama was about to start, especially Fu Hua, she felt something was wrong early on, he was too mysterious. Gzi, sure enough, Fu Hua participated in the 2nd Honkai, no wonder he is so serious about Xylan. If I have experienced the 2nd Honkai, I am afraid that I would have the same idea as Fu Hua. On the other side, Otto also pinned hope on Teresa, asking when she can activate the Zeroth-rated power of the Judas Pledge before she can go out to fight against the 2nd Herrsker. And Otto also told Teresa the truth that the Judas Oath is a power that can limit or even eliminate Honkai in a short time. If it cannot be controlled well, Teresa, who has the Hokai beast gene, may also be wiped out by Judas. And Otto hadn't told her before, but now is when to control Judas and when can he leave. Dude, Otto finally did something human. This guy has a lot of plans, but it can be seen that he is still very good to Teresa. On the other side, an even more surprising picture. Cheng Lixu, the strongest A-level Valkyrie in Destiny, actually called Fu Hua her master. And Fu Hua rarely smiled at his apprentice. Your piano sound is a bit messy, but don't worry, the master has come, and the master will protect you. Fu Hua said, looking at the outside world, the flowers bloomed again, year after year, Ying Shui also grew up. It's like an empty nester lamenting that the child has grown up. 720 March 7th, the squad leader really has a big secret. Brnya, with this mentality, it feels like the squad leader has lived for a long time, at least starting in his 50s. Everyone continued to be curious about Fu Hua, but there was a bigger melon on the other side. Siegfried entered the Moon Soul Steel record. Where did he see something even more shocking? The white-haired man stood there holding the heavenly fire holy judgment like the last pillar of mankind. There is a voice in my ears, Mr. Siegfried, what you saw was the last battle of the last era of civilization. The fighters participating in this battle are the 8 strongest fighters left in human civilization. One of them is the ancestor of the Kislana family, and their opponent is the last and strongest Hersker in the legend, the Hersker of the End. The girls looked at the figure of the Hersker who seemed to be holding up the earth like a crystal ball as a plaything, and felt horrified in their hearts. The visual effect was horrifying, not to mention that Luo Yu added some coercion of the star god to final Yan. After all, if the personality is improved, the final horse will definitely have the strength of a star god. It's so shocking, this sense of oppression, how desperate the warriors of the last civilization era must be. March 7 felt that the more I looked at it, the more I felt that my brain was not enough. Is this sense of oppression, Hersker of the End? It's really powerful enough. Xier felt that her fearless aura was suppressed. I didn't expect that the collapsed world would face such a catastrophe, and Yali Luo's difficulties are nothing compared to it. The more Brynja learned, the more she felt that she should gain more power, and use the power here to defeat the monsters that harmed her world. Haida, it's awesome, Hersker of the End, I really want to know what the ability is. After doing research, I feel that the 8 warriors are brave and should be very strong. I don't know how strong they are. Chapter 68. The topic of finality. The players haven't chatted for long, and the next chapter will be even more surprising. Taixujiangzhen. There are 4 realms: water stopping, dust free, mirrors, and emptiness. It is said that Taixujiangzhen was passed down from immortal Chaiwan, and the master taught it to me to alleviate the erosion of the body by Hukai. But Cheng Lixu felt that there was still a trace of inner demons in her that hadn't faded away. Jian Xin Wuchen still couldn't break through. Why did master leave her? Cheng Lixu recalled every detail of herself and her master. At the age of 5, she lost everything in an accident. She neither spoke nor smiled. This strange sister took me, her hands are cold, but they have the warmth of home. Is this going to pass over Fu Hua's past? March 7 excitedly continued to read. When the other women found out that it was the introduction of Fu Hua's past, they also gathered together word by word, and every picture was healthy. But Lixu's words continued. She taught me to read, write, play the piano, and practice martial arts. I really want this person to be proud of me. I really want to see her smile, but she is very busy. Wonton noodles are the best memory. Master, may I call you master? That day she agreed. However, master looked at me with a gentle smile and sad eyes. And the next day, the master left and became a Valkyrie fighting for the common people. But why did the master leave me in the first place? If he didn't say it, he became a demon, unable to break through the dust-free realm. Wow! Lixu looks very obedient. When I first saw her, I felt that she was very similar to Fu Hua. I thought she was a younger sister before, but turned out to be an apprentice. Miss Esta seemed to think that Lixu was too obedient and cute. Xier, this is very in line with my impression of Fu Hua's class leader's style. He is unsmiling, as if he has experienced the vicissitudes of life. Can't break through? At this time? Silly boy, this is either an explosion or a sudden death. The Black Tower feels like it collapsed in its current state, and the probability of violent death is even greater. Needless to say, it must be a sad story, because I don't have Cheng Lixu in the main line at the moment. It stands to reason that in 2000, the strongest A level will definitely be 16 years later. The result is not. That has explained everything. The result was as expected, even if the player was curious that the magical weapon in Lixu's hand was actually one of the 10th God's keys. Ruo Shui possessed the powerful power to control the flow of water. The Hersker of Pseudo Flame's attack was stronger than this blow, and I saw the underworld scene where Lixu's abdomen was pierced by the attack in the setting sun. Haida immediately covered his forehead. March 7 felt that his heart was a little messed up. Didn't you say that master protected you well? Why did this happen all of a sudden? This sudden instant kill caught everyone off guard. Just now I still thought Lixu was cute, and the cute apprentice Fu Hua raised since he was 5 years old died in the next second. This is simply unacceptable. Luo Yu also touched the tip of his nose subconsciously. To be honest, Lixu is definitely the best apprentice of Fu. The best and talented apprentice who loves and cares about Fuhua with all his heart. Hers is already Qiyana more than 10 years later, and as for the 7, I will not comment. On the other side, the mother-in-law locked the location of the false hairsker of the wind, and the mother-in-law threw the black abyss and white flowers directly from a height of 10,000 meters, and the side of death collapsed, just like a reunion in the snowy field destroy the target with one blow, leaving no room for it. The mother-in-law, who fell naturally, used the side of the white peanut to turn into a vine and lifted into the air to catch her. This is the second time that Heiwan Beiwa has demonstrated its strength. This black abyss white flower is too powerful, it instantly killed that hairsker of wind with one blow, give me a try sometime. Sierra felt that this weapon was very suitable for her, and looked forward to asking Luo Yu. Boss, will this weapon enter the weapon pool in the future? It will, just have to wait. It was a bit late, and it was time to restore the glory of the already declining double-door refrigerator. Hey, the hairsker of wind seems to be the most embarrassing one all the time, but its strength cannot be denied. It can only be said that this weapon is indeed too strong. The forces of life and death are opposed to each other but they are tolerant. Esta felt that she shouldn't laugh at the power of the wind, but the wind seemed to be very weak in this shop. The situation on the other side made the audience breathe a sigh of relief. Although the high-temperature rays passed through Lixu's body, Hairsker took the initiative to get close. Lixu gritted her teeth and directly used Fu Hua's Kungsan fist, but the strength of the pseudo-flame Hairsker should not be underestimated. Child! This time, the players felt that Lixu must be dead and were about to complain when the familiar feather appeared on the screen. The flames spread out as if seeing the real master. The figure in the flaxen coat walked out of the flames holding Lixu in his arms. His hair had turned into a reddish white-haired boy, and his eyes were like blood sapphire red pupils. March 7th, 000. Squad leader Fu Hua finally appeared. Beat this guy. Clara, this sister's hair? And her pupils have changed. The players were surprised to find that Fu Hua's class leader had changed into another appearance, except for his face, all other temperaments were completely different. Lixu, don't move yet, after master defeats her, he will heal your wounds. Feeling ignored, the pseudo-hairsker released flames, but was easily torn off by Fu Hua with his bare hands, and with a flick of his coat, he was already in another posture, Qiling, also known as the Chiwen Immortal. But the flames released by the hairsker of pseudo-flame with all his strength were easily manipulated time and time again, as if that person was the real master of the flames, and the red kite behind that woman was lifelike. And Fu Hua's reply seems to be reminiscing. A long time ago, I also met the hairsker who controlled the flames. Compared with her, your flames are just weak sparks. After saying this sentence, Fu Hua instantly killed the hairsker with one palm, turned around and returned to his usual appearance, went to heal Lixu, and didn't even look at the hairsker. March 7th, you're so handsome, monitor. As expected of you, you have never let me down. Boss, what kind of form is that squad leader just now? Can we get it? The rich woman Esta thought of this at the first time, so 8 asked about it. And Luo Yu's answer is, yes, this made Esta and the players even more excited. And here it also shows that the 8th God's Key Yu Duchen controls the consciousness of the hairsker, and advocates the God's Key of consciousness. Anyone who sees the feather will be pulled into the illusion created by the user of Yu Duchen. And Fu Hua just used this ability to turn the false hairsker into a breathing corpse without a soul. But at this time, the hairsker of space reached out and grabbed the false hairsker. On the other side, the hairsker of fake death was dealt with by Otto, and what he was going to do was also surprising. Otto first imitated the black abyss and white flowers to heal the wound of the colon-like amber. Later, Hairsker used the mimic Yu Duchen to hypnotize her and controlled her. Ah, boss, what kind of treasure is this? The players were shocked. They were just surprised by Yuduchen Heiwan Beiwa, but Otto backhanded the mimicry. It seems that the ability is not bad and useful, so what kind of treasure is this? This is actually very simple. If I don't tell you, guess what? The word mimicry means simulation. Then think about whether there is a weapon that can mimic other weapons. 7 Luo Yu didn't take the initiative to explain, but just guessed and let everyone use their brains. And Haida seemed to be the first to think of something. The hairsker of reason? In the pre-civilization, it seems that the core of the hairsker was made into the God's Key, and the God's Key has most of the abilities of the hairsker. If you think about it this way, it means that Otto has the law of reason in the hands of the previous civilization. The God key made by the core of the creator, right? That's a good guess, really smart. Luo Yu snapped his fingers and praised without hesitation. And this sentence also opened up the mind for the women. That is to say, the core of the hairskers of the previous civilization has made the God's key, and the previous civilization has cleared the last one, so there must be a lot of God's keys. So it can also be understood that the 8th God's key is Yu Duchen, that is to say, there are at least 8 hairskers. The players were discussing intensely, while Otto continued to start his plan, which was to try to use the ability of the hairsker of death to revive Colin, and said the God's key with the ability just now, the first God's key void 10,000 Zhang. The player is satisfied with the information. And Otto naturally failed, the core of the hairsker was all fake, and Sirin just retracted the puppet. Otto sneered and planned to fire at the holy judge to shatter the space. Second hairsker, I will come to you soon, no one can hinder my reunion with Colin. Not even God. At this moment, Otto was holding the mimetic heavenly fire sacred judge, pointing his sword at the second hairsker, and the words in his mouth were even tougher. For the first time, the player felt overwhelmed by Otto's aura. Wang Zhao, it's rare to be handsome, Otto. Karen, it's that woman again. Is this person a big lover? What kind of ecstasy did that woman put on Otto to make her so obsessed? All the girls were puzzled. This was not the first time they had heard it, but because of Otto's behavior it was hard to believe that his purpose was so simple. It turns out that Otto is serious. On the other side, Siegfried was still reading about the combat flights of civilization. 5 minutes into the battle, 2 soldiers had already died, but this failed to shake Dr. May's fighting spirit, and the Moonlight Throne has been locked on the hairsker of the end. However, the hairsker of the last end is too strong. Such an attack only caused the hairsker of the last end to collapse by 2% of the energy flow arrows, and it hardly affected the hairsker of the last end. Instead, the remaining 6 quickly entered a desperate situation. But here the player seems to have finally confirmed a somewhat unbelievable fact. In the 8 hours of the last civilization on the screen, there is a figure very similar to Fu Hua. Originally, the player was not sure, but the figure of the red kite immortal fighting against the final hairsker at the end of the battle has already explained everything. Squad leader Fu Hua was one of the 8 strongest fighters in the civilization before 50,000 years ago against the hairsker of the end. Chapter 69. This. I don't have eyesight. All the women read carefully one by one, and even though they were comics, the comics created by Luo Yu had a charm. If compared with them, they are probably the laws of heaven and earth engraved by a powerful person who can face the wall and enlighten the Tao. When the girls watch the comics, their fate increases and their strength improves, and the things in the comics can actually be learned. They are all from the hands of Luo Yu, and there is no difference between Hokai energy and Yuan Shen elemental power. The powers are all from the same source, as long as you understand it and learn it. Back to the topic. Little Sanya rubbed her beautiful eyes and felt that she was still dazzled. That is definitely the very powerful form of the squad leader Fu Hua who instantly killed the false hairsker. XIER, squad leader Fu Hua really doesn't hide enough. If this is true, what level of strength should the squad leader Fu Hua survive from the former civilization? Zilliwa, this needs to be verified by Sirin, but it must be more than enough to deal with the real hairsker. No wonder Otto said that the appearance of this old friend Fu Hua is the most important part. Fu Hua's identity as squad leader is really killing me. I didn't even think about it. She was just a good student dressed in old-fashioned clothes when I first met her. The girls began to change from doubts without expectations to excited expectations in their hearts. What is the level of one of the 8 strongest warriors in the previous civilization after 5 years? However, in the comics, the Moonlight Throne is overloaded, and in the end, it only causes the hairsker of the last end to lose 30% of its energy and seep into the moon. Afterwards, Kevin's Skyfire hit with full strength and suspended the activity, but it was only a suspension. The all-out strike of the Heavenly Fire Holy Inquisitor can actually stop the hairsker of the last end with 70% energy remaining and suspend its activities for 12 hours. XIER, Kevin, the patriarch of the Kislana family, is so powerful. It's unambiguous that killing hairsker with this strength will not be a frontal kill. Finally hairsker fell into a coma for a long time, the strongest and most outstanding warrior of the former civilization. In this restricted world, he can have the strength of 983, if he reaches the starry sky and let him go to his destiny. I'm afraid it's not even a star god. Haida would not compliment casually, but the compliment proves that she appreciates this person by accident. And these 12 hours are the last joys and sorrows of human beings. People began to arrange funerals, keep fire, and the video ended. And Siegfried was very curious about Kislana's ancestor, and when he was about to approach that figure in the video, Kevin grabbed his wrist. You have finally found me, my descendant, which means that the battle between humans and Honkai has begun again, and now I will tell you how to truly master the power of the heavenly fire sacred judgment. Speaking of which, before Siegfried could react, he was enthusiastically poked a hole by the ancestor, the heavenly fire sacred judge. As long as you can master the power of the Honkai beast in the genetic blood of the Kislana family, then you will surpass the limits of human beings, and even surpass the Hersker. Go, those who remember Kislana's name, no matter how much they pay, they must defeat Honkai. The ancestor of the Kislana family is really courageous, but even if this kind of person loses, then I am even more curious about how the world will deal with the end in the end. Gzi said and looked at Walter Yang beside him, wanting to ask, but considering that Yang didn't want to talk, let it go. After Siegfried came out, he felt that the genes in his body seemed to be awakened. And Ein also discovered the secret that the fighters of the former civilization were so powerful in the ruins of the former civilization. They are all injected with Honkai beast DNA into the human body and then endured to become fusion fighters. This kind of Honkai beast DNA is called a superchanging factor, and excessive use of this power will cause the fusion fighter to assimilate into a Honkai beast. Siegfried was shocked and then firmly believed. The strongest former civilizations are all fusion fighters? The squad leader Fu Hua should also have this kind of power in it, right? Could it be the form of the flame? That appearance feels like the whole person has changed. XIER is more concerned about power, especially the mysterious people who deceive the big. It's very possible, the class leader Fu Hua feels different in that form, the strength is at least stronger than the moon armor, I feel that the class leader Fu Hua is still holding back. Thinking about the fate of that Hersker on March 7th, it felt terrible when his consciousness was knocked out and he became a breathing corpse. Luo Yu touched the tip of his nose, almost, the appearance of Garuda's blood has changed, but that's just the normal state of fusion fighters, the real horror is man-made collapse. And the next plot of the comic is another turn. Brynja's father was selling weapons, Kakalaya was locked up after finding out, and it is clear that Kakalaya raises the children in the orphanage, so that Kakalaya can be with him. But Brynja's father died due to the sudden attack of Honkai, and Kakalaya got into the car after picking up the car keys and saw Brynja's mother. At this time, Brynja's mother's name did not appear in the comics, but the familiar mother-daughter auger hairstyle is also rare. The player looked at the married woman in the car, how did she feel like Brynja, what kind of hairstyle did she have? Don't feel it, it must be. I didn't expect Brynja's father to die like this. Gzi looked at Brynjaran's 3 drill hairstyles, and felt that only their mother and daughter had this taste. Tisk, I didn't expect that Kakalaya in this world still runs an orphanage and raises children. Shilava thinks it's quite real. Although that woman is a bit extreme, she still has feelings for the child. At the same time, Destiny's final counterattack also came, and all Valkyrie B-level and above troops attacked for a decisive battle. And just when Brynja's mother and Kakalaya were desperately chased by the Honkai beast, Cecily appeared to save them. And Destiny also almost used its arsenal to carry out carpet bombing on the place where the Honkai broke out. The target was locked on bit by bit, and finally the location of Xylan was found after being ruled out. And the 6-core Xylan has unprecedented expansion, and it is just a playful mentality for this group of ants. And Tianming was waiting in full force, and only sent one person to fight, which made Xylan feel that she was underestimated. Isn't it just defeating a trash, and you think you can challenge me? It's, Cece, ridiculous. But the girls and players watching were excited, and it was Fu Hua who appeared on the stage. And Otto was also explaining. Old friend, you can use your strongest power in Uduchan's domain, and when the power that has been lost for 500 years returns to your body, you will be the strongest person in the world. This sentence shocked everyone present. Without him, this is what Otto said. Otto will not casually joke about important events, so it means that everything he said is true. Isn't this guy Otto saying a bit too much, the strongest in this world? Although I also admit that Fu Hua is very strong, but March 7th felt a little unbelievable, and even thought that Otto was Fu Hua. After all, Otto might also know that Fu Hua was a fusion warrior of the former civilization. Xing Mei, isn't the point about the power that was lost 500 years ago? Is the power of Fu Hua still missing? There are still a lot of secrets. Otto actually has such a high opinion of the 500-year-old Fu Hua, so I wonder how she fell from the altar. Haida is always curious, and he feels that the more he researches, the more surprised he becomes. There are too many secrets in this person. Before everyone thought about it, Fu Hua had already punched. 1/10,000th of the storm formed by the fist drilled through the gap and hit Sirin directly, making Sirin herself realize that the imaginary number barrier is not perfect, but at this moment of shock and astonishment, the barrier shattered and more fists landed on her body, which made Sirin furious and yelled to get the hell out of me. Noisy Fu Hua remained expressionless, his whole body concentrated a little bit, and a solid first-generation nightmare arrived, sending Xylan flying 1,000 meters away, and falling like a meteor almost instantly below the Babylonian laboratory at a height of 100 meters, beat Sirin a little confused. I'm defeated? How is this possible? The desperate Sirin swung the huge wind blade of the hairsker of wind and almost shattered the Babylon laboratory. But it's useless if you don't have more abilities. Fu Hua directly tore the attack with his hands and came to Xylan in an instant. Sirin attacked with all her strength, but there was nowhere to hide. In front of that figure, Sirin felt the familiar and annoying fear, which was the disgusting feeling of fear every day in the Babylon laboratory. Invincible, squad leader. If you beat the 6-core Xylan, ask who else is there. Xier felt like she had become Fu Hua's fangirl in an instant. Otto really isn't bragging, the squad leader's strength is really the strongest in the current world. March 7th is about the same. Later, when Fu Hua saw Xylan's attack, what he recalled in his mind was the things of the pre-civilization, and there was a familiar figure again who looked like Gzi, which made Gzi pay more attention. The flames of the hairsker of flame brought back Fu Hua's memories. It seemed that the weak Fu Hua was accepted by the red-haired figure, fought side by side, and was pierced by the ice at the end. The long-cherished wish of 50,000 years, close your eyes and think about how to fight those hairskers. She has death, emptiness, inflammation, and wind, no matter which hairsker is. The art of cracking. With firm will and belief, Ruo Shuijian is condensed. Like Lixu, the forces faced are different, but the ending is even more different. Uppercase close-up. Taixu sword shape, transforming into a swift sword. Breaking through the hairsker of flame in an instant or under Sirin's desperate eyes, Shangxian Fu Hua had already stepped forward and pierced the sword blade into Sirin's heart, and Sirin was instantly desperate. It can be said that Fu Hua is currently pulling Sirin into the battlefield of consciousness, where the strength of Fu Hua in full bloom is simply terrifying. After the victory, Sirin's will was temporarily controlled and turned into a breathing corpse, and Otto also got his wish. Thank you, my old friend. And what Otto has to do is to resurrect Karen, and let Sirin witness the death of her mother in memory, and guide her to use the ability of the hairsker of death to carry out the resurrection from the dead. But the result is nothing more than the resurrection of a doll with a similar shape, which is different from Colin cloned with DNA. Otto was furious, joking about the power of the hairsker of death. What kind of god power is this? Chapter 70. March 7th, Otto is really serious. He tried his best to revive Colin. Perhaps Karen is really resurrected. As long as Otto cares about her, he can persuade this man not to do things so extreme. Gzi thought about it, maybe this is better. But Otto still didn't give up, and continued to play the role of Bella in Sirin's consciousness. Otto mainly asked how to retrieve the soul. What is the difference between simply restoring the body and his DNA cloning technology? People are no longer that person. Otto has been thinking about the soul for 500 years, but he has not found the answer. Even if Colin's memory is imported into the cloned Colin, it is not the Colin in memory after all. And Xylan doesn't understand what the soul is, so she can only ask God for the answer. But in reality, Fu Hua has tried his best to buy time for Otto. Otto quickly met what he wanted. He was going to ask the gods for advice, but soon he understood that this was the real god. So Otto, the proud archbishop, fell to his knees before the god with a plop. God, I want to know how to bring people back from the dead. She is my most important person, her name is Karen, Kaslana. When he said these words, he recalled those lies and crimes in his mind. Do you regret it? Maybe, but not now, but now he just wants to know the answer. Please tell me the answer, my lord, I will do anything to save her. Otto's words were extremely firm and serious. The girls were silent for a moment and not only nodded slightly. Esther, kneeling down to pray to the gods for a proud man like Colin, it seems to be true, but I didn't expect it to be such a big lover. March 7th, at least in terms of feelings, this guy Otto is still qualified, but at most, the favorability will increase a little, and the rest will be fine. Haida didn't speak, she was just looking at what this god was. And God's answer made Otto very confused, and also made the Black Tower silent. The god's sharp blade stabbed at him, and Otto's body gradually disintegrated. This was the god's answer, and he could only comprehend the meaning of this picture 10 years later. And Haida seems to have thought of it based on his various knowledge variables in the universe. This kind of reply seems to be simple and not simple. The gods have the appearance of whoever they meet, and just stabbed themselves. Otto almost disappeared. Maybe the price of life is exchanged for one. But these are just guesswork for now. But Fu Hua's control over Sirin has reached the limit, and Sirin is almost a person favored by the gods, so she woke up soon. Sirin swelled up again, and the power of the 6-core hairsker was fully activated, and a huge meteorite hit her. Sirin is really favored by the gods crazily. She wakes up and swells again. Why does she feel like a puffer fish? March 7th said that she couldn't help complaining. Xier, no, Yu Duchen can't interfere with her now. This guy Otto has done all kinds of bad things. If he just took out the hairsker core to stop her, maybe the second collapse will be over. Brnya, it's difficult now. Without Yu Duchen, it seems that Fu Hua, who lost his power 500 years ago, is no match for Sirin, no matter how powerful he is. Ah, big sister who has lived for a long time, come on, Clara prayed silently in her heart. The players almost forgot that the second Honkai paid a huge price. It was not simply suppressed by Fu Hua, there must have been many accidents during the period. At this time, I felt that Fu Hua was helpless, but I saw Fu Hua's words. If she is allowed to leave, the entire destiny will not be her opponent. To stop her, only burning Yuduchen can stop her. A trace of loneliness and sadness flashed in Fu Hua's eyes, but she still didn't hesitate. She closed her eyes. Various pictures and the familiar images of the Shenzhou people flashed in her mind. Shenzhou's 1,000-year-old memories are burning. Everything in the past, pay for this sword. Feather dust, the first rated power. Fu Hua condensed terrifying power, and his memory was burning. This was the price for Yu Duchen's power, and he forcibly performed his peak strike 500 years ago again. A huge red kite was condensed from the terrifying flames, covering the sky and the sun, and the sky was dyed red. The pupils of all the girls shrank, and they looked at the picture in front of them in surprise. The squad leader in China actually has a whole card. Before the girls could say more, in the comics, this trick has already been condensed. Void Sword God. The terrifying red kite spread its wings to cover the sky and block out the sun. Sirin's meteorite rubble was no more than a small doyle, and it was instantly destroyed, and the rapid downward rush of the red kite turned into an unstoppable confrontation. As small as an ordinary stone pillar. Xylan is still talking about the attack of ants and so on. Just like the little devil, she will not let go until the final repair, and she will not cry when she sees the coffin. The god, the extreme of change, the wonderful thing in words, the one who cannot be questioned in form. This is the fifth aggregate of Taeju sword energy, the spiritual aggregate. Sanyuki and Xier, two girls with little knowledge who said something, scratched their heads. But fortunately, Fu Hua explained later. This sword has no form and does not need a shape. This sword is space, so it is everywhere and is always harmful. Oh hairsker, this sword is unstoppable. The power of this sword is frightening. It is not purely destructive, but the level of consciousness and spirit. If it is placed in the universe, it is not impossible to destroy galaxies if this move is practiced to the extreme. Oops! Why does this guy have such power? Sirin felt the crisis again within a few seconds of being proud. This sword sliced through the entire Babylon laboratory like tofu. Even with Sirin's full void barrier defense, she only persisted for a few seconds. However, Sirin is favored by God. Taeju sword God, invisible and boundless, this sword can penetrate any physical barrier and reach the depths of consciousness. I can't perceive it, I can't recognize it, so I can't resist it, and it completely turns into nothingness from the inside out. I really hit this sword. But in the depths of the second hairsker's consciousness, there is some huge existence that bears the Taeju sword God for her. Is this the so-called God, the root of the hairsker's consciousness, the collapse consciousness itself? Second hairsker, is it because of my bad luck, or your life is undeserving? Seeing that this move paid a huge price, the squad leader who was crumbling with bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his thin figure made all the girls watching feel desolate. March 7th, squad leader, you have done a good job. It was Xylan who was on the opposite side who was too open. God blocked her. Otherwise, you have already won twice. Xier, that's right, your strength is comparable to one of the 8 strongest fighters in the previous civilization, but unfortunately I don't know why you lost the Emperor of Power 500 years ago. Haida, if this kind of power is the Fuhua from 500 years ago, it should be able to be activated at will. Otto has admitted it, and Otto is not bragging. If this blow is incomprehensible, it is a thorough attack on the spiritual and soul level. Destroy. Ask for flowers. Haida felt that he was already so interested in this person that he couldn't be more interested, an absolute genius, to be able to create this kind of unique knowledge. This is a nirvana at the level of consciousness and soul. However, it's a pity that this guy fails to fulfill people's wishes. After all, it's time to pay a huge price for the second collapse. Gzi shook his head. The subsequent situation of Shui Yuan's reunion is almost the same as what he said, although the plot deviation is outrageous, but the final ending is still clear. Clara, big sister has tried her best, but she still couldn't stop her after all. Dan Heng, it's a pity that the fate is not good for such a genius. Xing Mei, awesome, I really want to know what happened to Fu Hua. If I meet her in another world, I will definitely go to worship her as my teacher. Yang in the corner was also moved. Fu Hua is one of the best fighters. Burning precious memories is not good, but he still did it to stop Xylan. It is nothing more than that. But in the plot, Fu Hua has reached the limit, and it is Yang who catches her. No, you did a good job, get out of here quickly, the power you used has reached its limit. It surprised people. How did Yang live again? Didn't understand until explained. Fu Hua's blow cut off the connection between Hokai's will and the second hairsker. Even Yang was surprised by Fu Hua's power. This is also the price Sirin paid. And Fu Hua's next scene is even more embarrassing for her. I failed, run away, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. I just vaguely feel that you are very important to me, so you have to live. That invincible woman's mouth was bleeding at this time, and her eyes were tired. These words made people feel even more distressed. If the squad leader regains the strength he had 500 years ago, how can he fall to this level? 6 Cores Island is nothing. Xier hates this kind of scene of a hero's twilight the most, and she can't wait to make a fuss about it. Is it at the expense of burning memory? I'm so pitiful for class leader Fu Hua. No wonder she doesn't remember many things in the real plot, and Xylan shot so hard when she regained consciousness. This time, the world will no longer be destroyed by your will. Changed the weight of this sentence. Xiao Sanyu, who was once beaten by the monitor, even complained that the monitor wanted to make her into a tablet, and felt that the monitor at that time was good at beating her. All the women couldn't help but sigh for Fu Hua's situation. They just felt that after watching Fu Hua's attack this time, maybe they were blown by Fu Hua. But if Fu Hua regained his strength 500 years ago, the collapse of this world is nothing, and he will be resurrected again. What is the Xylan? Shangxian can suppress it with one hand. In the end, Lixu took the initiative to hug Master, the most important person in her life. No, Master, it's my turn to protect you next. Lixu's eyes were gentle and firm. My Lord Bishop, please take Master away, as soon as possible, I will hold the second hairsker back. Lixu turned her head, her back looked very much like Fu Hua. But it also made the girls feel even more sad. Gzi, Lixu is really a good apprentice, but he is also a silly child. Chapter 71. Most of Yu Duchan's feathers are gone, his body consciousness has reached the limit, and Otto's own void manzang can't be used. It can be said that this is the time when Otto is weakest and his Fu Hua is weak. And Otto only had that picture in his mind, and that picture must be very important. On the other side, Cheng Lixu, who dealt with the 6 Cores Island alone, will end up needless to say. The Archon's spear penetrated the entire body, and the soul was basically exhausted in order to hold Sirin's consciousness. Even Sirin admitted that it took a lot of time to trample the ant to death. And Xylan also got a few pieces of Yu Duchan's feathers as new toys. And finally set the target on Siegfried and Cecilia. It's finally here, it seems that Cecilia's death seems inevitable. The girls didn't want to say anything more. And Xylan used Yu Duchan's feathers as toys, and pulled Siegfried and Cecilia into the conscious dream, and the result was to see a very warm family. Kiyuna is dressed up as the Winter Princess, Cecilia is a good wife and mother who loves the family, and Siegfried is the good guy. And the mother-in-law even said Ikliabadish, I love you, Kiyuna. This aroused the player's attention, feeling that something might happen next. This scene made Sirin so angry that she showed the orphan a happy family and killed her heart. 617 But after all, Sirin still has a human side in her heart, or maybe the connection with God has been cut off. She is thinking that if there is no collapse and my mother is not dead, then can I have such happiness? This sentence makes people understand that Sirin is also a child who lacks love, and it is only because of a series of events that she became what she is now. Yes, what would Sirin look like without the collapse? The next chapter has already given the answer. The family happily celebrated Kiyana's 16th birthday. Teresa gave Kiyana a Humu doll and played games together. The family is harmonious and happy. Seeing this, Xylan cried, thinking of her mother. She felt sore. She also wanted to have such a family. The strong desire of Will soon got the response of Yu Duchen Yu, and she came to Yu Duchen's conscious world. Siegfried opened the door and was about to ask who this person was, but Sirin was angrily about to destroy everything. Cecilia said, "What are you doing to your daughter? Can't your daughter recognize you after drinking too much?" It made Celine confused. Is it the power of the feathers that made them think of me as their daughter? And Cecilia's mother, who may be the best, prepares a birthday cake for Sirin, which reminds Sirin of the cakes when her mother was still there, and the taste is almost exactly the same. And Cecilia's gentleness made Sirin gradually immersed in it, and she lost her tyrannical hairsker posture. Under Cecilia's leadership, she went shopping, eating ice cream, stroking cats, and shopping for clothes, allowing Sirin to experience normal warmth. She also gradually sank into her family life, unwilling to wake up. That's great, my mother-in-law is really a tender mother. March 7 sighs. And there is nothing more envious than Brynja. It would be great if Kokolia's mother could do the same. Now she is farther and farther away from the appearance in memory. But dreams always wake up. Walter, who was hiding in Sirin's body, kept reminding Siegfried that it was time to wake up from the dream. At that moment Siegfried seemed to wake up. The awakened power shattered the glass in the shopping mall, and Xylan didn't care about such a small piece of glass, but it was the woman who moved her. Sirin, my daughter. Don't be afraid, mother will protect you. Ikliabadish, I love you, Sirin. In Sirin's eyes, time seemed to slow down, and in her eyes, there was a woman who hugged herself in her arms and used her back to protect herself from the glass. This scene gave Xylan, who was short of love, a kind of warmth and peace of mind that she hadn't felt for a long time, and she no longer had to bear it alone when she was in danger. Someone will stand in the front for themselves. Sirin became more and more immersed in this beautiful dream and did not want to wake up. The player watched quietly, thinking that this was good, as it could calm down Sirin and restore her human side so that she would not create more crimes. Outside, Bella tried her best to block the Valkyrie troops, and there was back and forth until Teresa came with her Judas. However, thousands of people have thousands of faces, and they are all worthy of admiration from their own standpoints. Like Bella. Bella's story is simple. Born into this world as a Honkai beast, he doesn't know how to think, and only has two thoughts, to serve the queen and destroy human beings. After that time, I tried my best to take her Lady Queen to the moon, thinking that my life was over. I could feel her Lady Queen looking at me, and even shed tears. At that time, Sirin was an enemy of the world, and the Honkai beast was about to leave her. On the lonely and desolate moon, Sirin's heart reached the verge of collapse, but God also let God take advantage of it and help her gain strength and revenge. And the queen gave me a new body immediately after gaining power, and imitated the core strength of the hairsker, with human thinking ability. From now on, your name will be Bella, and from now on, you will stay by my side forever. Memories with the queen made Bella extremely tenacious. Even the A-level Valkyrie Shabu Nicholas avenged Salome, and she Yukoluo couldn't kill her in the first place. If the mimic hairsker's core is shattered, she will become a Honkai beast who has lost all feelings. She will return to the queen before that. If she doesn't go back, her Lady Queen will be sad. In the snow, Bella moved forward with difficulty, but in the end the core of the mimic hairsker was still shattered. The girls were silent. It may be that the beautiful girl's appearance adds points, or it may be that Bella's loyalty touched their hearts. How sad Sirin would be if Bella died in battle. That was the Honkai beast who accompanied her when she was most desperate, the most loyal servant. And Xylan was still struggling in her dream, holding Bella's doll and telling her thoughts. But soon Bella's doll shed tears and finally turned into ashes. Sirin's pupils shrank suddenly, and her originally comfortable state of mind fluctuated violently. Bella! Bella. What's the matter with you? Answer me. Sirin seemed to have lost the most cherished thing in reality, and her mentality was already on the verge of explosion. While responding, Bella's body gradually fell into the bottomless abyss powerlessly. My lady queen. I'm sorry, I can't keep my promise to stay by your side forever, please don't be sad for me. All the girls were silent, and some viewers even felt complacent. I have tears in my eyes. I didn't expect that the difficult battlefield boss Babylong would have such a story. My mentality is a bit of a collapse family, Bella is so annoying. The barrage wailing, tearing eyes, Clara felt the worst, and could best understand Sirin's mood. Clara has always wanted her family, and if Mr. Swallow appeared in this scene, the pain in her heart could almost swallow Clara, so I couldn't help crying because of empathy. And in the response clip, Bella gradually turns into a Honkai beast who loses her emotions and sinks into the abyss. Bella. At this moment, Sirin's heart seemed to be hollow, anger made her tyrannical, Herrsker's power exploded, and instantly attacked Siegfried. But at this moment Cecilia appeared to save Siegfried. According to Cecilia's situation, Sirin suddenly understood that this woman was not hypnotized at all, and everything was just a deception. This kind of most important servant died for her, and the feeling of hypocrisy and deceit for her good woman directly caused Sirin's sanity to collapse. And Walter Yang also appeared, and used the Moonlight Throne to weaken Sirin's power to strip the Herrsker's core. The first one is the Herrsker's core of thunder and lightning. Oh, you have May's core. The plot at this time gradually made the player understand. And the final battle is about to begin. Among them, the appearance of Cecilia made Sirin the most angry. Are you here to destroy me too? Cecilia. Damn it. Cecilia was silent, her eyes were kind and complicated. At this time, Teresa finally showed her power. Judas Zero rated power startup. And the next chapter introduces the 11th Herrsker. In the collapse of the last world, human beings have defeated 10 Herrskers, and based on the core of their Herrskers, they have created the God's key weapon to fight against the collapse. But the Herrsker of constraint is definitely the most special one. It is the anti-lawman among the Herrskers. It can create an enchantment within 100 kilometers, and the Honkai energy inside will be invalidated. Unable to use Honkai energy weapons, ordinary soldiers will disappear and die quickly when they enter bioelectricity, and if they fuse with soldiers, their body functions will be confused and they will die within a minute. Although the 11th Herrsker is not the strongest, she is the strongest in this field where the Honkai energy cannot be used. This, as a Herrsker, he actually has the ability to be an anti-law master. Isn't this a traitor among the Herrskers? March 7th felt shocked. It's normal to have a traitor among Herrskers. In terms of ability, and Herrskers are produced one by one, it's normal to have this Herrsker. There is always an ability to control all Herrskers in many power settings. And the two extremes of eliminating all 5.8 Herrsker abilities. Haida thinks this is quite normal. And Teresa has returned from her studies. In order to protect everyone, Judah's Oath, the Zeroth rated power dash the enchantment of grace. Almost trying her best, Teresa finally used this ability, but it felt like her body was about to split apart. Even Sirin was instantly deprived of her abilities in the enchantment of divine grace, and became that ordinary girl, and this stinging pain reminded Sirin even more of the time when she became a test subject in the Dark Age. Don't hurt me again. Don't. Sirin slipped down step by step in the abyss of despair. She saw that each of her companions died in the experiment, and only she was left, but in her memory, Bella seemed to be telling her that the Herrsker core in her body was still there. Teresa was still merciful, she just stabbed Sirin in the heart and couldn't hold on until she dispelled the enchantment of divine favor, without making up the knife. As a result, Sirin quickly flew up. It's really dangerous. If it wasn't for the Herrsker of Death's ability to repair the heart at a critical moment, our situation would be reversed now, so let's accept the trial. Chapter 72. The girls felt very speechless. Xylan's repeated horizontal jumps, the feeling of swelling and swelling after being beaten and flattened was simply like a puffer fish. Tisk, no matter what kind of power is going to explode, I don't look forward to it anymore. Anyway, Cecilia's death, which I don't watch, basically won't end the plot. On March 7th, she felt very speechless. This Xylan was really lucky, so many cards didn't kill her, instead she became alive and well again. Brnya, maybe it's a good thing. At least the various powers of the second Honkai outbreak let us know a lot about the amazing and talented people in this world. Of course, the most important thing is the improvement of fate. This second collapse of comics has too many various forces, and the strength of knowledge has been improved to varying degrees. With this kind of power, I feel that I can easily kill those monsters that break the world, and my strength has increased several times. Brynja was very pleasantly surprised by the power in her body, and was going to go back and introduce this good place to her mother. Believe that mother understands the meaning of this power, with it our world will be saved. In the comics, Siegfried was trapped in the infinite corridor of the Hersker of the Sky, and once again met Kevin, the ancestor of the Kislana family. After discovering the strength of Sirin in this century, Kevin hinted at Siegfried again, and finally let Siegfried decide which part of the power deep in Kislana's genes to use. The next moment, a raging flame burst out directly from Sirin's body. Siegfried, or the collapsed Siegfried, has obtained the powerful and tyrannical power of the Kislana family's Honkai beast, and only kills the Honkai in his mind. The power that Siegfried exploded next was very terrifying. He once suppressed the quad-core Xylan, but the core of reason and the conquering thunder had already left. Seeing Siegfried's performance, Otto feels that this is not coming to 28 to protect the world, but a demon who avenges Honkai. And Siegfried felt that he was out of control, and Sirin, who was chasing him, felt panicked, and Kislana's ancestors were still reminding Siegfried that he should take out the tranquility gem of the Hersker of Death, otherwise Sirin can be resurrected infinitely. Siegfried directly violently took out the tranquil gem. At this time, the desperate Xylan's core ran away, and the terrifying collapse could swallow tens of millions of kilometers of continents. With the spread of Honkai energy, the number of victims is expected to increase rapidly. Mom! What's wrong with you, Mom? The children who had come back from hunting in the snowy field saw the collapse of their home that could infect their dead mother. The sisters who depended on each other died because of the infection of Honkai, and many ordinary people died in pain without realizing it. And Cecilia heard the latest number of victims reported every few seconds from the headquarters of Destiny, with tens of thousands of people increasing every second. Cecilia lowered her eyebrows and her beautiful eyes were gloomy, but she finally made up her mind. Siegfried, I have a way to make the Honkai disappear in a short time. I will find a good position, don't worry about me, I will be fine. This may be the first and last time Cecilia tricks Siegfried. In the memory, Otto looked at Cecilia through the scarlet blood wine and said that in your body, Shaniat's holy blood can make Honkai disappear in an instant. This power Kislana is old, the ancestral stigmata will praise it when they see it, and coupled with the power of Heiwan Beiwa, you can kill even the Hersker. But be careful, after you lose a lot of holy blood in your body, your life will also. Although Otto didn't say anything, he understood the meaning when he watched the empty wine glass gradually being poured to the ground. It's over, Cecilia is still on this road. The girls were sad in their hearts, and felt that the second Honkai had paid too much, and Cecilia's death was enough in the end. When it really came to the last step, Cecilia hesitated. The ties at home are the most difficult thing to let go, but she did not back down in the face of Honkai. I'm sorry Siegfried, I lied to you, this time I can't go back with you, I'm sorry, Kiana, you have to take good care of your father when you grow up. Black abyss and white flowers. The tears disappeared in the next moment, and white flowers bloomed around Cecilia, holy and beautiful, but the scarlet holy blood flowed from Cecilia's body to the white flowers in the black abyss, and Cecilia's flowers were dyed bloody, and the scene gradually changed so beautiful and sad. The hearts of the audience also became heavy, and they clenched their fists unconsciously, and everything in the comics seemed to come alive and be displayed in front of them. And this ray of blood flying out was like a needle to the huge Honkai energy, but it burst and disintegrated the huge Honkai energy in an instant. Siegfried immediately felt a good opportunity, and put the two cores of the Hersker of Reason and the Hersker of Death into the holy judgment of Skyfire. The energy exceeded 150% in an instant, and the limit of the heavenly fire sacred judgment was lifted, and it came to the form of catastrophe. Closing his eyes, his mind was filled with the details of Cecilia Kiana, the smiles of his wife and daughter were still in front of his eyes, and they were watching him tenderly. Release all your power, even if it burns my body, it doesn't matter. In order to protect the person I love the most, I am willing to sacrifice my life. I will launch NB's blow, the pure love sword. This blow is like a small yield nuclear bomb explosion, and the momentary light can be seen outside the planet. March 7 covered her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming. Hey guy, this power is really exciting, but if it is for you, I will do the same if I have the use of force. Seer looked at the plot, suddenly lowered her head and spoke seriously to the equally shocked Brynja. Brynja was already shocked by Siegfried's full blow for love, but when Seele suddenly said this, she felt her face was inexplicably hot. Are you serious? Brynja didn't hesitate this time, and looked at Seele seriously. Then there is still a fake? Why don't you come and feel my heart? Seele directly took Brynja into her arms, felt her heartbeat, and it was indeed beating very fast. With this success, her relationship with Brynja increased. Here's to other singles who are a little bit lemony. Luo Yu pretended not to see it and continued to watch the plot. At the same time, Otto in the plot detected 3 times the normal power fluctuation of the Holy Fire Tribunal. But Otto's approach is chilling. Understand that he is still the selfish Otto. Launch the Honkai fission bomb at the position of the second Hersker and Siegfried, and publicize that we will give the second Hersker the final blow. The power of Siegfried is too dangerous, so you can die in Siberia. Tisk, it's still the same formula. This guy Otto has never been a man in the aspect of not being a man and killing a donkey. Gzi couldn't help complaining that Otto might not be a pawn that everyone else could ruthlessly give up except Karen. Gaucho, I had a little bit of affection for you at first, but did you treat the hero like this? Show your blood, old thief. Damn, Gaucho deserves to be hated by Yae Sakura. With your character, it's hard to imagine how Colin could fall in love with you. Damn screenwriter, how did this damn world become like this? Everyone fighting here is fighting together because of the collapse, they should all be happy people. The players complained wildly, but Cecilia knew very well that the Archbishop was a human being, so she directly used her little power to let Heiwen Beiwa protect Siegfried, and he still had one more thing to do. Sirin, who lost her strength, recovered and became an ordinary child. She only felt so cold, but soon fell into a warm embrace. Sirin, my poor child, I saw your loneliness and pain in the illusion. At that time, I really wanted to be your mother to make up for what you lost. Unfortunately, I can't change anything. I can only let you feel the pain at the end of your life. To warm it Ikliebadish, I love you, accompanied by a gentle voice, the Honkai energy fission bomb exploded, and the special petals, probably the power of the Hersker of death of the flower of the other side, revived the people who were eroded by the Honkai energy, and the final casualties were less than 3,000. The battle is over, but there are many follow-up questions. Teresa was very sad because her best friend Cecilia died in the battle. And Fu Hua took a last look at Mount Tegzu, but the past had been forgotten to the point of indistinctness. The confused Fu Hua felt that he didn't know what to do, and only remembered that he had forgotten a very important memory. Hey, it's no wonder that Fu Hua in the plot is not so strong now. It's the second weakened version, but with the help of armor, she still has S-level strength. It can only be said that it's a pity. At first, I only thought she was a 697, the old pedantic student monitor. Sanyuki felt that she was almost a Fu Hua, because her strength and twists and turns made people curious, and she only felt that it would be great if she had a complete form of Fu Hua. Complete form? Unless Fu Hua becomes a Hersker, the power will continue to flow, but this is a bit impossible. Fu Hua's mentality is too good, and there is no soil for the birth of a Hersker. Haida feels that this is a little impossible, but he can try it. What kind of strength should Fu Hua, who has experienced such a mentality, become a Hersker? Luo Yu touched the tip of his nose when he saw these discussions. It can only be said that it is indeed impossible for Fu Hua to become a Hersker, but whoever makes the screenwriter genius, the Hersker can become a signer. And this battle also made Siegfried understand the hidden power in the Kislana family's genes, and the DNA of Kiana, born of the combination of such power and Shaniat, plus the DNA of Sirin the second Hersker, took the risk of the second Hersker core was transplanted into the K423 experiment body. The players quickly saw the birth of Kiana in their hands. Especially Gzi, only felt that everything was true. 18 hours later, the experimental subject was still unwilling to wake up, and Otto thought it was also a failure. But at this time, Sirin was indeed sinking in a dream. In the endless darkness, I had a false dream. In the dream, I missed the warm embrace of the woman who was not my mother, which made people feel at ease. I wondered more than once that if I become an ordinary person, can I live happily with her? If I had another chance, I'd like to hear her voice again. Ikliebadish, I love you. The brainwaves of the experimental subjects were detected, and K423 woke up. So far the comic is over. But there are still many shocks for players. It turns out that Kiana, our control of this, was born like this. March 7th was shocked. Chapter 73. Esta, no wonder there is Sirin's will in Kiana's body. It turns out that the key to awakening is that Sirin wants to live like an ordinary person and experience the warmth of a home. Regardless of you, it is true that during that time, Sirin was indeed stable, but it is no wonder that Sirin was awakened. This Ikliabadish, I love you, sentence is the most important memory she misses in Cecilia's arms. Gzi, so Otto may have understood after the analysis. This sentence is to wake up the consciousness of Zylan Hersker in Kiana's body and remind him repeatedly. He even stored a fake second collapse in some memory bank. Bad, mainly Cecilia, the key person who let Kiana say the words like a spell. After the analysis, all the women felt that Otto had sinister intentions, but they didn't know why he awakened the Hersker of the void again. Would this be of any benefit to him? Clara stared blankly at everyone's comments. She felt that there were many things she didn't understand, but it didn't matter. At least when she saw that the Honkai was terrible, and that a beautiful family was destroyed, Clara felt that the most abominable thing was the Honkai. Since K423 was born in this way, the question is, where did Genkiana go? Haida thought of the key to the problem. This made the girls silent for a while. That's right, if we have K423, what about Genkai? The girls are discussing. At this time, a graceful figure stood outside the door. Is this the place? This small shop actually makes Brynja linger every day, forgetting to do her business. I wanted her to experience the suffering of the lower districts, but she ended up hiding in this small shop. It's getting more and more outrageous. After speaking, she opened the store door and walked in. At this time, Brynja was still listening to Sieter, and she saw a familiar figure in the corner of her eyes. The main reason was that the clothes of the Great Guardian were too conspicuous. Only the Great Guardian and the heir of the Great Guardian have it. Master! Why are you here? Brynja hurriedly got up and tidied up her slightly messy clothes. Why? Look at your current appearance, Brynja, addicted to this kind of entertainment venue, do you still have the will to be the heir of the Great Guardian? Kakalaya's voice was not small, and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in Earthfire, in particular, stood up one by one when they heard the Great Guardian and the heir, feeling that their hearts were filled with anger. Luo Yu watched quietly, and just wanted to complain. I didn't expect Brynja, an internet-addicted girl, to be caught online. It's a rare day, just like seeing a parent catching a child in an internet cafe. My lord, here. Kakalaya also saw the situation here, she just snorted coldly. There are too many idle people here to chat, so follow me. Kakalaya was too lazy to look at the others, and turned around directly to take Brynja away. Stop! Accompanied by the sound, a group of Earthfire members quickly surrounded Kakalaya. You are the Great Guardian of the Upper Zone, we have something to ask you. Sieter got up and looked at this woman with bad eyes. The current bad situation in the lower city is caused by this woman. Even if she is Brynja's adoptive mother, Sieter is ready to ask this big guardian how he thinks of the lower city of. Oh? Is this how you treat the Great Guardian? Kakalaya's voice was calm and majestic. What a disgusting attitude. What is the lower city to the Great Guardian? Blocking the lower city, removing all the Silvermane Iron Guards, and letting the people of the lower city face those monsters alone, is it to let them kill themselves? Seele's questioning didn't panic Kakalaya in the slightest, she was very calm. The upper area is also in danger, or the whole world is in danger, and I will soon gain the power to save this world and create a greater new world. That day will not be too long. The power you mentioned shouldn't be the Star Core. Sieter continued to question her attitude. Without this power, how can the world be saved by relying on your insignificant strength? Kakalaya's eyes are almost a kind of feeling that the heights are too cold, and it can also be simply called defiant. Of course we can. Okay, then come to Yongdong Ridge to find me tomorrow to see if you are qualified to say such big words. Let's go, Brynja, my daughter, I have something to tell you. Kakalaya turned around and left, not worried that this group of people would make a move, she was confident. Luo Yu doesn't intend to interfere, he just runs the shop. But at this time, another wave of people arrived at the door. Boss, here we come. March 7th just came from the store in the upper area and was happily preparing to say hello, when he saw this scene in front of him. Oh, it's you, the sinners who came from outside the sky to destroy the foundation of our world's revival. I was just about to arrest you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. Kakalaya's eyes quickly turned cold, and the broken water as dense as a wind and snow flew out of his hands to attack the three members of the train crew. March 7th didn't react, mainly because Luo Yu's store has always been a very safe place. The sudden attack can be said to be caught off guard. Clara and Hook in the distance saw it, but they were powerless. Seele wanted to make a move but someone was faster. A figure was still at the bar 1 second, and Luo Yu's figure was in front of March 7 in the next second. When he raised his hand, the boy's pupils, which were originally clear, turned into black holes, and the imaginary space in front of him instantly absorbed Kokolia's energy. Attack! And Kokolia didn't react. She felt dizzy, her figure was suddenly extended to the door by a space corridor, and she was extremely far away from everyone in the store, and suddenly an imaginary space appeared in front of her. All her attacks just now attacked to the door. Herself. A burst of crackling ice shards attacked Kokolia's subconscious defense, and her body, which was hit by the attack, staggered back a few steps before stabilizing her figure. It was only at this time that everyone in the store came to their senses. "Thank you, the store manager, I was almost finished just now." March 7th patted his heart and was frightened. Danhun, Xingmei and the girl's eyes brightened. This seems to be the spatial ability of the Hersker of the Void. I didn't expect the boss to actually use it. I thought it was just a fiction. Brynja was a little worried, but she was relieved when she saw that her mother was just beaten and pushed out of the door, and the boss didn't continue to chase her. She looked at Luo Yu in front of her with more gratitude. Brynja was really afraid that Luo Yu would add an Archon spear behind her and kill her mother directly. While talking about their own concerns, Kokolia felt that her energy and blood had recovered a bit, and the young man with clear eyes expressed seriousness. "Who are you? Do you want to hinder the Great Guardian from exercising his rights?" "That's fine anyway, all I want to say is don't sell it in my shop, you're scaring my customers." "What? Is that the reason?" Kokolia felt that she had heard it wrong, or that she didn't care about the owner of this shop. Although I had heard a little bit about the star power of this store, the boss looked very ordinary and didn't threaten at all, like a random clerk from the lower level area, but he didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. "Naturally, it doesn't matter outside the store, it's your grievances and has nothing to do with our store, but if it involves our store, the boss doesn't mind using a little force." Luo Yu put his hands in his pockets, and his expression was quite indifferent. He didn't like Kokolia, who was gradually assimilated by the star core in front of him, even if the charm of Kokolia is even more attractive now. "Ah! The boss is because of this." Sanyuki was surprised, and the girls were also a little disappointed when they found out, thinking that Luo Yu was the one who made their move because of their relationship. "That's fine, I have no grievances with your shop, I just need to arrest the three of them, you have no objection?" "No, that's your business." Luo Yu withdrew his hand and went directly to the bar to continue the salty fish. He didn't care about the next thing, and it was unnecessary. After all, Xingmei still needs to save her life, and she will never interfere with her path one, otherwise Kafka might I will come to find myself tomorrow. The three members of the train crew were a little disappointed, but they were not discouraged. After all, their strength was not what it used to be, and they had no fear in facing Kokolia. "Come on, let this girl also see how capable you are as a great guardian, and prepare to fight everyone." Danhun, March 7th, Xingmei, Dezhao, are all ready to fight. "Sie'er, boss, if you let them fight outside, it is very likely that the fluctuation of the battle will destroy the lower city." Xier was a little anxious, and there was a medical center next door, and there were many disabled patients. "That doesn't matter, I won't do anything regardless of the business of this shop." Luo Yu was very laid back and at ease, which made Xier so angry that she wanted to beat him up. But Hook was more careful and intelligent, and said something. "Boss, if they fight outside, it will damage the entrance of your store, and it will affect the convenience of the road in front of the store." Huke's words immediately made Luo Yu think for a while and nodded, also looking at him. "Okay, I didn't expect you to be quite smart, so I'll intervene a little." Luo Yu said as he got up and raised his hands. The two sides who were preparing to fight suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the four turned their heads and looked around, only to see a purple space. "This is the corridor space, you can settle disputes here, don't destroy the entrance of my store." It was only when Luo Yu's voice came that the four of them understood what had happened. Is this guy's power actually space? What a terrifying ability! Kokolia felt that the store in the downtown area might be her enemy in the new world, but she kept this hatred in her heart at the moment. Chapter 74. It's one thing to be amazed by Luo Yu's power, but she still believes in that star core, the power of the star core is infinite, the most powerful power in her own world. Can she trust outsiders if she doesn't believe in herself? And Xingmei quickly fought against Kakalaya. Kakalaya still has the strength to say that she has the miraculous power of the Great Guardian. Gather the frost, and after it cracked, it fell from the sky and shot at the trio together. I'm here, let you taste the power of this girl. March 7th took the initiative to stand up with a set of stigmatus got power blessings behind him, raised his hand and shot thousands of arrows. The ice attribute power confrontation between the two sides was almost equal, only a part of the broken ice fell without causing any harm to the three of them influence. This, your strength. Kakalaya was a little surprised. She inherited the power and authority of the Great Guardian, and her strength will not be weak. Why did this little girl who seemed the weakest among these people interrupt her? It's fantastic to want to catch us with this strength. March 7th is very proud of their hair. In fact, the stigmata has contributed a lot. These days, their hard work in the game and the improvement of their destiny are almost slightly stronger than that of the Doomsday Beast. Ha, you guys are too happy. Kakalaya stabbed directly with ice spears in both hands, but Dan Heng came first, and Hu Hushenfeng, who was dancing with a long spear, condensed the huge wind elemental force on his body and smashed Kakalaya's attack with a single blow, causing her to be beaten again. Take a few steps back. Seeing this, Xingmei took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack. She quickly swung the bat in her hand, making the sound of piercing the air. The increase in the stigmata of Akutagawa Ryuna shook on the back and the recent improvement in the game's destiny, the strength of this blow may even hurt the Doomsday Beast. Not light. Kakalaya naturally sensed the threat, and tried her best to defend herself, but the 883 ice spear she condensed was interrupted in the next instant, and Kakalaya's body was also thrown upside down, with bloodstains flying out of the air. When Xingmei was about to pursue, a blue figure suddenly appeared in space and blocked Xingmei. Wait, leave the rest to me. I will talk to my mother about everything about the Star Core. It turned out to be Brynjarand. After all, the person in front of her eyes was her adoptive mother and the current Great Guardian of Beloberg. Whether she was the daughter or the heir of the Great Guardian, she could not sit idly by. Change, but she will not allow outsiders to kill her mother. It's you, since you are so confident, let's just believe you. We have heard of Brynjarand's name, you are very responsible, I hope you don't let us down. San Yuqi and Dan Heng had heard this name when they were strolling around the upper area. Not only was he the heir to the Great Guardian, but he was also a very responsible person. He often stayed up late to work to clear monsters, and dark circles under his eyes almost became a daily decoration. Brynjarand, thank you on behalf of Beloberg. At this time, Kakalaya had already recovered, and felt that she was too far away from the Star Core, and her current strength and that little boss who couldn't figure it out were not safe, so she didn't say anything, just let Brynja leave with a cold snort, but she wrote down this hatred. Sieter wanted to go up but was stopped by Xingmei. Keep your voice down, that woman may have brought Brynja to see the Star Core, we will follow behind quietly later. These words made Sieter calm down, she nodded, she had also heard, Siabe, the danger of the Star Core from Brynja, everything in front of her eyes was caused by the Star Core, the Great Guardian is likely to be bewitched by the Star Core, it is possible that Kakalaya's sudden change is because of this, Kakalaya's reputation is not bad when he just took office. A group of people followed quietly. Walking all the way until Yongdong Ridge, where there are various corpses of antimatter legions lying in the ice and snow, they are all swallowed by the wind and snow, and each one is an ice sculpture. Brynja, have you seen this? What do you think? Aren't they the monsters that invaded our ancestral world? That's right, in order to deal with the enemies from outside, our world has tried its best, and the builders of the city have tried their best to fight, but those enemies are endless, and our warriors are not endless, and they will soon be worn down. For this reason, the Great Guardian Ali Salander buried the invaders with the power of the Star Core. The Star Core can help us realize our wishes, and our current predicament can also be solved through the Star Core, just like the original Guardian Ali Salander. Kakalaya continued her persuasion, exaggerated the help of the Star Core, but kept silent about the harm. Mother, why do you avoid that our world is now caused by the Star Core? These monsters and invaders are all attracted by it, and now our civilization is dying, why should we rely on this culprit? Brynja is more sober, she already has a better choice, even if she doesn't have one, she won't beg the culprit for power. Then my daughter, do you think there is a better way? Can you alone save our dying world? Kakalaya is very calm, she is very aware of the dangers of the star core. She also asked Kunhu for help, but that was too far away. With the erosion of the rift, Belloberg has nothing to lose. Gradually, she looks to the power of the star core, looking forward to creating a new world. Yes, it's that small shop. I've made great progress in such a short time there, why don't I show it to you now? Brynja feels that the mother in front of her can still be discussed and talked with, and she is very happy. She hopes to share this joy with her mother and make her happy too. But it's a pity that Brynja was disappointed, and Kakalaya was not only not happy, but sullen on her face. Enough. Brynja, I thought you had found some good idea, but you ended up thinking about the shop of an outsider. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Don't forget that our world is the result of the interference of external forces. Look like books and records still have the beautiful appearance of our world. You probably haven't realized how beautiful it is. People have no worries about food and clothing, all kinds of scenery, all kinds of weather, not the current world of ice and snow. Brynja. Mother, I have already experienced it, so I am more determined in my thoughts. Looking at Brynja's eyes, Kakalaya took a deep breath, calmed down, and said in a slightly gentle tone, Brynja, Mom knows that you may have been deceived by the store's appearance, but I won't blame you. Come with me to see the power of the star core. It's not too late for you to make a decision at that time. While talking, they had arrived at the location of the highest star core. And Brynja only felt that her brain was disturbed by violent fluctuations the next moment. Brynja, my daughter, how do you feel now? Is the power of the star core strong enough? No, don't resist. Brynja accepts the common will. No. That's not what I want. Brynja, can you imagine? A world without poverty, cold, and pain, a world where people don't have to live like prisoners, a world that we can protect forever. Release the shackles that bind you, Star Core will lead mankind to evolution. Brynja felt that she had a splitting headache, and that kind of bewitchment had a great impact on her mind, but she quickly remembered Brynja from Bengsan, who was willing to burn chips in order to protect the most important person and resist her mother's unreasonable orders. Brain death is nothing to fear. The thought at this moment, coupled with the improvement of the game experience in the past few days and the viewing experience of the second Honkai, made her quickly gain resistance. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. This is the end of the brainwashing, witch. Seele and the train crew all arrived. Brynja recovered faster when she heard the voice. Seele? Why are you here? Brynja was surprised and delighted. Come to take you back, and by the way, ask this guy who was bewitched by the Star Core for advice. Seele has long disliked the great guardian of Kakalaya, and now that she has evidence, she should make a move. Oh? Are you all here? That's fine, then let's get rid of all of you stubborn stones blocking my way to the new world. And I will continue to ask your opinion after the solution is over. Brynja, if you can no longer accompany me on this road, then I will fall into pain that is indelible. This sentence can be said that even if Kakalaya is bewitched by the Star Core, she still cares about Brynja. After Kakalaya finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at them. She did not hesitate this time. She had seen the power of the other three before, but it was far from her real power. If you don't break the old, you can't create the new. As the great guardian, I will make you stand up, engine of creation. The giant machine started, its fists were as high as 3 or 4 people, and its body was even bigger than a monster. Such a terrifying machine was once the pinnacle technology of Yalilo. March 7th suddenly exclaimed. This, a robot 10,000 times bigger than Swallow. Danheng, the battle has begun, you don't have to hold back. It's long overdue. Seele took out the sickle, and the star stick battle was about to start. The engine of creation is indeed a heavyweight. After some fighting, I found that the combat power was very strong. I punched it down. March 7th also learned the ability to protect. I still felt that the barrier was shaking, but the next moment when the fist fell again, it was suddenly caught in the sky. Railgun blasts. It's Himeko. Chapter 75. Mother, does the Star Core give you this little power? Everything is moving. When Luo resisted the antimatter army, there were still dozens of creation engines, but now only this one is left after the battle. And it is indeed very difficult to confront such a huge machine head-on, and I don't know what power to use to destroy it. No, it is still possible, as long as there are powerful lethal weapons. The first thing Brynja thought of was the one in her game. If she could have the weapon in the game, the attack of this big guy would be nothing. And just as everyone was thinking, a blazing red light fell from the sky and instantly hit the arm of the creation engine and exploded violently. At the same time, GZ's voice came from the ear. Hey! Can you hear me? The signal is really bad. Jitsi. You think of us. March 7th felt very happy. I and the others never thought that Kakalaya had this kind of robot weapon. It was so big and the collapsed aerator was even bigger. And this blow just happened to drop the arm, and Kelia on the giant's shoulder was also very surprised. Sure enough, the power of the people beyond the sky should not be underestimated, but she has to be serious. As the Star Girl came all the way to Kakalaya, Kakalaya was ready to merge with the power of the Star Core and gained powerful power. The power of the Star Core is singing, and I will use this power to eradicate you all. Kakalaya's feeling is so good at the moment, powerful. The power of the stigmata on the back of the Star Girl has increased, and it is slightly difficult to fight Kakalaya at the beginning. It's not like the original world was pierced so quickly. After Brynja and others came up together, Kakalaya was even more angry. Brynja, my daughter, are you going to betray me and get me away? Mother, I didn't betray you, but you betrayed our world. Now that my daughter has gained power, I will use this power to stop you. As Brynja said, a very special mechanism appeared behind her, that is, the reloading bunny. Yes, Brynja has been able to successfully summon the power of the reloading bunny in reality during this time. Of course, the most important thing is it's not this, but the stigmata. Behind Brynja is a set of Kakalaya's 5-star stigmata. That's right. It can only be said that Brynja's game talent is not only good, but her luck is also better than that of the European Emperor. With Krypton Gold, it can be said that Red Lotus Abysses they are the top 3 regulars. Except for the ultimate Krypton Gold lady who can't beat Esta, the other ones who are under pressure with the same equipment are the Black Tower and Mr. Walter Yang. But Mr. Yang seems to be very optimistic about himself, and often helps him to control this power. Even now, Uncle Yang feels that he is still too slow in mastering it. Oh? The strength you are talking about is this little guy, it's ridiculous, then come on, let me see how strong you are. Soul-cracking cold current. It can be said that the strength of Kakalaya's illusory mother who has become the spokesperson of the Star Core is not what it used to be. The 4 surrounding ice cones turned into terrifying power and attacked the 4 daughters at the same time. But Brynja felt underestimated. I hope everyone on the train will not intervene. This is a battle of 2 choices in our world. I don't want the culprit of the Star Core to save everything. I only believe in the power I have worked hard to get, reload the bunny. Under the command, the reloaded bunny appeared like a shadow like a stand-in, and the power of the 3 stigmata of Kakalaya behind him was activated. Kakalaya on, basic attack, charge and branch physical damage increased by 20%, critical strike rate increased by 25% when there are summoned objects on the field in Kakalaya, the upper limit of life in battle is increased by 10%, and the total damage is reduced by 15% when being hit by the enemy under Kakalaya, increases own attack speed by 13%, increases physical damage of summoned objects by 40% after extreme dodge, lasts for 6 seconds, and has an 8-second cooldown. And the power of a set of stigmata is combined and superimposed to obtain stronger power. The total damage received by summoned objects is reduced by 50% for 7 seconds, and the cooldown is 21 seconds. When the defense effect disappears, an explosion will occur, causing 500% damage to a wide range of enemies. Harm. The addition of this series of powers has greatly increased Brynja's strength, not to mention the increase in the life of the game life. Reload the bunny. Blessed and upgraded by the power of the Star God, the reloaded rabbit is stronger and more tenacious. Under Brynja's will, a punch and a drill quickly broke Kakalaya's attack, as if smashing tofu with ease. This? How did you get this power? Mother, I have already said that these are the powers I obtained in that store, and I want to share them with you. And I also obtained your power from a different world, please don't be obsessed with it anymore. As Brynja spoke, she also showed the standing paintings of the 3 stigmata. Although the specific hair colors are different, they look the same. Impossible. How could you obtain such power? The power of the Star Core is the strongest. Kakalaya was very angry, she didn't know if it was because the power of the other world stimulated her, or what. The power of ice and snow attacked even more violently. Reload the bunny. Block it! Brynja commanded, and the reloaded bunny quickly condensed the charging shield to resist Kakalaya's full attack. It just felt like tofu hitting a copper wall and an iron wall. The shield exploded instantly, causing 500% physical damage to Kakalaya, shattering Kakalaya's shield, leaving almost 20% of her HP. Brynja felt that she had gone too far, but looking at the obsessed mother, she could only grit her teeth. I hope to persuade mother to return from the wrong path. Mother, the star core has bewitched you for so long, did it give you such power? I only played in that store for less than 4 or 5 days. Mother, please come back when you are lost. My daughter can forgive you for what you did before. Everything. These words caused a critical blow to Kakalaya. How is it possible? How is it possible to fight like this? I have paid so much for the power of the star core, and the result is not as good as Brynja. Kakalaya felt that her mentality was about to collapse, but she was still stubborn and unwilling to believe it. Impossible, you are lying to me. It must be the power that the boss gave you in advance to lead you into the abyss. You need to pay a higher price. The power of the star core is the most stable. With the words, Kakalaya instantly opened the second form and transformed into an imaginary number form. This creation-like destructive power, can my daughter feel it? This is my true strength. Kakalaya felt the violent power in her body, and said excitedly and hysterically. But Brynja felt that her mother's state was getting worse. And at this moment Luo Yu appeared. Boss Luo, why are you here? Brynja felt a little nervous about her mother's power at first. After all, she had only obtained it for a few days. If she had a few more days, she might be able to suppress her mother, but she felt relieved instantly when she saw Luo Yu. It's very simple for me, because this guy actually slandered the reputation of our store. The power gained from online learning in this store is extremely pure. As much as you work hard, as much as you succeed is your own. It all depends on whether you work hard. Luo Yu's words were not only heard by the girls, but also by Kakalaya. Haha, I didn't expect you, the damn store owner, to come here. It would be even better if the person involved came, and you actually bewitched my daughter. You should die too. Kakalaya waved her hand directly, and the power of the imaginary number erupted extremely powerful, but Luo Yu was very calm, but the pupils of the eyes shone with a rock-solid light, and the terrifying imaginary spear attacked. Luo Yu did not dodge or dodge, even he put his hands on his chest and looked calm. Humph! Arrogance, who gave you the confidence to resist my strength, that space? You can try to see if your space can withstand my attack. Zero. Kakalaya scolded angrily, strike. This blow felt like a hole could be drilled in the sky, and the sky turned into an imaginary color. Confidence? Maybe it was given by Mr. Zhongli. Luo Yu said that he stretched the shield of Yu Zhang in the round sky, and Kakalaya's attack only made the shield vibrate slightly, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. The girls who were still a little bit worried were relieved when they saw this, and felt that they were worried a little too much. The boss is still amazing, he can always use all kinds of strange abilities to deal with everything. On March 7th, I feel that this pioneering journey is really easy. This power, why haven't I seen it in various games? Xingmei fell into deep thought. She often asked Luo Yu about this game. Basically there is nothing in the current version that she doesn't know. But Kakalaya was not as relaxed as everyone else. How is it possible? What crooked power did you use? Crooked ways? No, this is the power that anyone can learn in the open world of our store. As long as you have Xingsheng and your own hard work in this store, all kinds of forces will not shut you out. Nonsense, you can learn this kind of power? Who is so generous? Do you think you are a star god? You have such a big face. This shop is innocent, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Luo Yu was very casual, and didn't care about Kakalaya's opponent at all. After all, the shield of Mr. Zhongli's upgrade could not be damaged by a planetary explosion. Since you are so confident, then come and try my trick and see if your proud shield can resist my spear. The world is unique. Kakalaya raised her hand to condense terrifying imaginary power, and this power quickly condensed into irregular crystals and grew bigger and bigger, until it was thrown close to 100 meters away, like a meteorite falling from the sky, unstoppable. Luo Yu was delighted to see this. You can smash it, but I can't. The sky is moving. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.